Summary.
My name is Bella Sterling. I have a twin brother, Alexander. Our best friend, Baron Dawson, is the son of our daddy's Beta's Uncle Cody and Aunt Celia. Alexander's Ascension ceremony is in a week. It's the birthday of all three of us. Baron is the youngest. He was born 3 hours after Alexander and me. Mama and Daddy are taking a 3-year hiatus before her coronation as queen. Daddy will be king, but the title is hers. She was the only white wolf born in generations until me. But that's a family secret, held close to the vest. There are alphas who want to force mate me, thinking they can gain my powers. It doesn't work that way, but there are still idiots out there who think they know more than the moon goddess. My wolf, Angelica, is sassy, a smartass, but she's funny, and I love her dearly. Our mom is a powerful witch. Alexander and I share that with her. We have learned to control our powers now, but when we were younger, we were walking disasters. Poor Baron was essentially our guinea pig. Alex and Baron are excited to be crowned Alpha and Beta, and I'm excited for them. But if I'm honest, I am more excited to meet my mate and continue my education.
Chapter 1. Get them to the cells.
Today, we graduate high school. It has been a wild ride, and I, for one, am happy it's over. Alex and Baron aren't as glad. Their glory days as the premier quarterback and linebacker stars of the football team has ended. Their days of competing for the attention of the skanky cheerleaders is over. And I get it. I do. Girls literally throwing themselves at both boys like slabs of beef on Butcher Day. But damn, just nasty. I'm standing on the stage, accepting my art award for the sculpture I did of my mother. It's a bust of her head. The left side is Mama's face, while the right side is Ariel. Her violet eyes shining from the face of the bust. I carved it in white marble, signifying the significance of my mother's importance to the wolf species. It will stand in the foyer of the castle after today. Granddad and Grandmom want it to be the focal piece of the kingdom, and I am so proud of myself. It took nearly 2 years to complete and won several awards in the art world. As our names are called, our families embarrass us by screaming and shouting out our names. Our 3 younger siblings are loudest. Mama and Daddy had Aiden 8 years ago, and when she got pregnant with Daniela and Gabriella 3 years ago, she was shocked. I was ecstatic to have sisters, while Alex was simply grossed out to discover our parents still had SX. Baron's parents had Delilah 9 years ago, and she is the spitting image of Aunt Celia, with Uncle Cody's temperament. Thank goddess, Aunt Celia has a true Irish temper. She's always throwing shit. I learned to duck like a pro. The ceremony was over and our mortarboards tossed. We all headed to the pack house to celebrate. We all changed into swimsuits. I put shorts and a tank on over mine, and we headed to the lake at the southern edge of the borders. We share the lake with the Harvest Moon Pack, and they are allies, though we seldom see any of them. The alpha is Kendrick Drake. He ascended 5 years ago, when his father passed after a series of rogue uprisings that affected a lot of us. He was only 16 at the time, and he is friends with Alex. To a degree. Mostly, his time has been spent building his pack back up, recruiting members, training his warriors. He seldom attends any parties, or leaves his pack for anything other than business. He's apparently a just and fair alpha, although he is called reclusive. We had a big bonfire going. The guys were grilling burgers and hot dogs. Mama had sent potato and macaroni salads and baked beans. Daddy actually let us have beer for the party, which surprised us. Baron ran at me and threw me over his shoulders. Running for the lake, he lifted me over his head and chucked me toward the middle. Fuker, I came up spitting lake water just as he cannonballed off the rope swing, landing beside me. Alexander yelled at him, "Baron, quit fuking off and come help cook, slacker." And I laughed, "Ooh, Beta, you're in trouble. I see mountains of paperwork in your future," and laughed as I swam away. I watched how the girls just formed a huge circle around the guys. It was so funny. You can practically see them all praying the goddess makes one of them their mate. what most people don't realize. As royals, we sense our mates more easily and earlier than others. And if any of those girls were mates to Alex or Baron, the boys would already know. They aren't above sowing oats, though. Now that I don't get. I have saved all my firsts for my mate. I only want him. The party is in full swing. Our music is blaring. The girls are dancing and trying to get Alex and Baron's attention. Corey, Alex's gamma, walks over to me, handing me a beer, and sat down beside me. I laugh and ask, "What happened to your face?" He looks puzzled. "What you mean?" "My face is fine," I said. "Sure it is. Did you doze off in the sun again?" He shrugs and I laugh harder. "You have sunglass rings around your eyes again, dumbass." He laughs and says, "Beats being a smarte." Then he says, "Race ya to the island," and takes off running. I chase after him yelling, "Cheater," as he hits the water 2 seconds before me. I am swimming full out and finally catch him just before I hit sand. We walk up the bank as I huff. "All of you are so uselessly tall. Your entire body outpaces me by a full length before I can even begin to paddle." He cracks up. "Being tall is extremely useful. You are uselessly short. You use magic to get coffee cups from the cabinet." And I flick my hand, sending him to the top of the oak tree. I bring him down after he threatens to tell Mama. Again, I smirk, "You're such a tattletale." And he responds, "It's only because I'm always putting him in trees or closets or under the veranda." I protest, "That's the first time I have done anything to you this year." He laughs, "Yeah, this year. And it's only May." I smile. "Fair enough." I was enjoying the peace and quiet when I heard it. "Corey, listen. Hear that?" Pause. "Lots of them." I link Alex. "Alex." I hear the thunder of paws coming from the south. "At least 50 wolves. Alert the pack." Corey and I are headed back, and we both hit the lake, swimming like mad. We reached Alex and Baron just as the wolves broke the tree line. Rogues, they didn't stop, kept barreling our direction as the 4 of us got ready to fight. Alex had ordered everyone but us back to the pack house and had alerted Daddy and Uncle Cody. We watched the rogue wolves begin to circle the lake towards us, just as we saw 4 wolves break the tree line behind the rogues. Then it came together in my head. Harvest Moon was chasing them, herding them to the lake. Daddy reached us with 20 warriors, and we leapt into the fight. A rogue wolf lunged at me, and I spun out, kicking him in the head. I followed it with an elbow into his ribs and grabbed his tail. Spinning, I threw him into a tree, where he fell to the ground. The rogues were down, or they had run off. Daddy was pissed. He yelled across the lake, "Kendrick, don't chase your trash to our side of the borders. Take care of it over there, Kendrick." The huge black wolf, I'm assuming, just turned his back and sauntered off. Daddy muttered, "Asshole," and hugged me close. "You did good, princess. I am so proud." And I preened under his praise. "Yeah, I'm a daddy's girl." Then he said, "Clean this up. Any survivors, get them to the cells."
Chapter 2. This is Karma. Kendrick's POV.
Brutus is brutal today. He won't stop pacing in my head, stomping his paws and snorting. "What the fuck is your deal, Brett? You are giving me a massive headache?" "I don't know. I'm aggravated. I'm anxious. I'm fucking annoyed." "You fucking need to calm down. I haven't been able to concentrate all day. Because sure, I like feeling this way, asshole. You're allowed shit days, and I have to suck it up, or days you fuck that stinky slut. I have no say. So you suck it up, buttercup." I am the strongest alpha in the Western Hemisphere, on par with the royals. I have had to be. Rogues killed my parents, forcing me into my position before I was old enough. In my anger, I became ruthless, deadly. Now my name instills fear in most everyone. Warriors come from all over, seeking to join my pack. My army is nearly 1,000 strong. Jackson walks in and says, "Whoa, what's with the scowl, bro? Didn't get your lollipop licked? I look at him with narrowed eyes. Shut the fuck up. Brutus is being an asshole and you're the asshole. And he's giving me a headache. Where the fuck have you been? He grins a creepy grin. Getting my lollipop sucked. Well, that's disgusting. When we meet our mates, they are going to be so disappointed. Shut up, Brute. I know you don't like Amber, but she helps me relax. You'll be plenty relaxed when she gives you something Ajax won't scrub off. Ugh, why is he being impossible today? Jax laughs. He's really being a dick today. What's his deal? I sigh and mutter. I wish I knew. He's given me a headache. He hates Amber. Always gives me shit about her. But today, he's more aggressive about it again. Jax laughs. Then says, to be honest, she seems to be getting a little clingy. Throwing her weight around the lower-ranked she-wolves. Telling them they had better start treating her better, since you are going to make her Luna. I warned you not to make her your exclusive piece 2 months ago. Now, you got problems. He's probably right. I just got lazy. Different girl every night. I was bored. Now I'm even more bored and just fuck to fuck. I'm gonna have to set her straight soon. Jax is absolutely right about the clinginess. She is just a time filler, like the others. Until I decide to look for my mate. I will stop all other girls then. That's why I'm in no hurry. I like the variety, or I did, until 2 months ago. May as well break it off. Maybe Brutus will calm down. I link her to come to my office. As my door opened, I immediately snap. You never enter my office without knocking. And she smiles. Oh, honey, we are past that knocking phase. And she reached for me. I backed away and ordered sit and went back behind my desk. Amber, it has come to my attention you are trying to take advantage of the fact I have fuked you a few times. So, with that in mind, I feel it is in my best interest to cut this off. You are to pack and go home to your brother's pack today. It is over. I never invited you to stay here in the first place. You showed up with your brother while he underwent his gamma training and didn't leave when he went home 2 days ago. Now, it is past time. You are dismissed, Doe and Amber. Do not come back without being invited. She jumped up and screamed. My brother was right. You're a complete asshole, I nodded, replying, probably. But it's good to know a gamma from a visiting pack. The gamma of the shining sun is speaking out of turn about an alpha. I will be having words with Alpha Johnston in regards to that. Thanks for letting me know. Then she starts whining. No, I didn't mean it like that. Please don't get Derek in trouble. I shrugged. You already did that. Goodbye, Amber. After she stormed out, Jackson started laughing. Are you seriously going to complain about being called an asshole? I chuckled. Nope. I am an asshole. But I am going to call Derek and have him make his sister think she got him in trouble. It'll be fun. And we both laugh. We both got linked at the same time. Large group of rogues, close to 50, breached northeast, 2 patrol down, and we both ran for the border. The rogues started running as soon as they saw us, all headed north toward the lake. Having a fairly good head start, I am hoping to hem them in at the lake. I sent 4 wolves east and another 4 west. We should be able to flank them before they get around the lake. As long as they don't swim for it. If they do, I will have to warn Alpha Sterling. We break the tree line, and the rogues are trying to edge around the lake. I see 4 kids ready to defend. Not a one of them shifted. They're going to fight in human form? Impressive as fuck. We charge the rogues. Just as Alpha Sterling breaks the brush with at least 20 warriors, the rogues charge them. Not one person shifted. I saw the girl take down a rogue without help. The wolf twice her size. Then it was over. Brutus walked to the water's edge, and we caught a scent on the breeze, knowing we are downwind and they can't smell us. But the haunting scent of chocolate and mint, Brutus whispers, mate, and I say she's underage brut. She's too young, And then Alpha Blake is yelling about keeping my rogues off his territory. The fuck? Talk about arrogance. I turn and walk back to the pack house. I walk into the office, wearing nothing but basketball shorts. Brutus is seriously giving me shit now. He won't listen to me, and I'm struggling to maintain control. Jackson walks in with our Gamma Jake just as I am slamming my second whiskey. He whistles low. Dude, don't let what Alpha Blake said get to you. I'm shaking my head. I don't care what he says. He's an alpha. He was worried about his kids. Jake asks, what am I missing? You are clearly upset. So what's going on? That's your fourth drink. I start pacing, trying to think, but Brutus won't shut up. I huff loudly, and I growl, she's my mate. They both dropped their jaws and stared. Then Jax sputtered, wah, who, Amber, Nuu, tell me no. I shake my head. I live with Tweedledum and Tweedledumber. Not Amber, you twat. The little girl at the lake. She's my mate. She's just a fucking kid. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Wait until she grows up. She can't be more than what? 14? Oh, for God's sake. How did my life become this? Jackson started guffawing. This shit right here. This is karma.
Chapter 3. I could live on pancakes.
Today is my brother's big day. In a few hours, he will be Alpha Alexander Sterling. I am so happy for him, but I am sad too. My other brother and baby sisters are leaving with Mama and Daddy. They are going to travel a few years before their coronation. I get it. I really do. But I am going to miss them so much if I don't meet my mate tonight. I have told myself it will be fine. I start at the Art Institute in late August, and I am really excited about it. Mama comes in the room, holding my dress. She hugs me tight and tells me, I am so proud of you. I always want you to hold your head high. Take pride in who you are. You are the future queen of the werewolf kingdom, and your pure, sweet heart shines through everything you do. My eyes tear up. Thank you, Mama. I love you and Daddy so much. I'm going to miss all of you so much. And she laughs. We will FaceTime every single day, and you can meet us wherever we are when you need a little time away. I am seated with Aunt Helena and Uncle Max. We have the twins on our laps. Alexander looks so handsome. He smiles down at me and winks. I give him a thumbs up. Daddy recites the Alpha Oath. They clench blooded palms. And everywhere across the Packlands, we feel the power shift. The same thing happens with Baron. Then again with Corey. My tears are flowing freely. The pride I have for my guys is overwhelming. The night progresses. We have danced and laughed and had so much fun. I stepped outside onto the veranda, enjoying the summer breeze on my skin. I watch a guy step outside. He walks over to me. Hi, I don't think we've been introduced. And I interrupt him. Alpha Troy Calhoun. Yes, I know. He's a player, known to every she-wolf on Earth. He says, are you a bank? And I finish, 'cause I have your interest. He laughs. Then replies, heard that one. What about are you a parking ticket? Shaking my head, because I got fine written all over me. Listen, I applaud the effort, but you are wasting your time. I'm not the one. I walked back inside to find my brother. I was dancing with Corey and kept feeling eyes on me. I glanced around and spotted Alpha Calhoun watching me intently, and it was seriously creeping me out. I told Corey about it, and he promised to keep an eye out. Baron joined us, and the three of us danced a while, but the creepy feeling didn't leave. It was terribly unnerving, so I went to speak to Alex. After I told him about Alpha Troy, he said he understood if I wanted to call it a night, and I readily agreed. The next day, I was working on a new sculpture. It would be a pair of wolves, one dark, one white, in a yin-yang type of position. I get lost in my work. Time flies, and before I know it, it's time for my parents to leave. and we are all standing out front to say goodbye. There was hugs and tears and laughs. Then they were gone. Alexander wrapped me up in his arms, and we just stood there. For the longest time, long after their taillights had faded, he murmurs, "It's just you and me, kid." And I giggle, saying, "Yeah, what trouble can we get into?" He puffs out his chest and says in a really deep voice, "I am alpha now. I can't play childish pranks." And I giggle louder, "Daddy?" He grins great big, nodding, and takes off at a jog. But not before he zapped me with a bolt of energy. I chase him and shoot him into the air before he could get away. Our days ran together. Alexander settled into being alpha, and Jackson and Corey took to their jobs like pros. I was only 10 days away from starting school. My submission piece was sent in, evaluated and graded. The school were placing me on 3rd tier, meaning my degree in fine arts will be mine in 9 months. They told me I had a rare talent and needed very little instruction. I can live with that. I walked into Alex's office and slumped in a chair. "I'm bored," and Jackson asked, "Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom?" I shrugged. He says, "Because the P is silent." We all groaned. Then we laughed, started sharing stupid jokes. But Jackson is the king of bad dad jokes, so he won and got to choose what we did later. We all went to the pub. It's a cute little bar in Woodland Falls, not far from Debbie's Diner. I was dancing with Baron, and a man tapped his shoulder asking to cut in. I looked up and shook my head. I tried to be polite. I looked at Troy and said, "I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I only dance with my brothers. I am waiting for my mate, and it wouldn't be fair to feel like I was leading anyone on." And he snapped, like apeshit crazy snapped. He snarled, "I asked for a dance, bitch. I wasn't planning on fuking you on the dance floor. You flatter yourself too much." I was trying to be nice. "Your mate doesn't even want you, you little prude." And he stomped away. I started laughing. How does he have women falling at his feet? Baron laughs. He's a hit it and quit it kind of a guy. And I giggle, a hump and dump, nodding and laughing, a churn and burn. I get it. And ejaculate and evacuate. We walked over to the guys and Alex said, "Let's go. Trouble's brewing, and I don't want to kill another alpha tonight." While Baron groans out, "Nuu. I don't want to do the paperwork that requires," causing us all to laugh. We stopped at Debbie's for pancakes before we went home. I love them from here. It's Uncle Max's famous recipe. I could live on pancakes.
Chapter 4, The Outside, Kendrick's POV.
It's been nearly a year since I have seen my mate. I have purposely avoided any interaction with the Sterling pack and Alpha Alexander. Brutus has been so hard to control, constantly wanting his mate. I have been too afraid that even I would want to grab her and mark her. Until she is of age, I can't allow it. Jackson says, "You have that appointment with Troy Calhoun at 3 today, so you'll need to be ready in a half hour." I growl and respond, "He's a snake. I can't stand him, and I have never hidden that fact. So whatever he could possibly want with us is beyond me." Jackson shrugs and Corey remarks, "Maybe he just wants to enjoy your sunny disposition. Goddess knows how much fun we have had the last 10 months. Jackson barks out a laugh and I snarl, "Fuck off," causing Jake to laugh harder. There's our Mr. Via Sunshine now. By the time Troy arrived, Brutus was adamantly fighting me to get out, and I am struggling to hold my own anger. None of this makes sense to me. I introduced myself and asked, "What brings you here, Alpha Calhoun? We have never had truck with you before, so I fail to see what may have put us on your radar." He smiles a slimy smile. "My mate graduated university today. She will be crossing your borders heading home. I would appreciate your permission to meet her there and bring her home. She has been upset with me, and I am trying to make a grand gesture to gain her forgiveness." I am watching his lips move and know for a certainty he is lying. Why would she cross my territory? The only pack that traverses across my borders is Sterling Moon. What is your mate's name? He hesitantly answers, Bella Sterling, and Brutus sits bolt upright in my head that I startle. And you say Bella is your mate? I link Jackson to run a check on Bella Sterling and show me a picture. I don't know enough about the Sterling children because I purposely avoided any information pertaining to my mate until she is of age. But how can she be graduating from university? She has to be very smart, Calhoun says. My chosen mate. Yes, her parents agreed we would mate last year when her twin ascended. She wanted to finish school, which I allowed. But now it is time to bring her back to my pack and make her Luna. Brutus growled. A forced mating. I don't buy that Blake Sterling would agree to such a thing. And I immediately knew everything he just said was a lie. I grabbed my phone and dialed Sterling Moon. When Alexander got on the line, I said, Alex, Kendrick here. This may feel like a random question, but did your father agree to a choice mate for your sister at your Ascension last year? I stayed looking directly at Troy, daring this fuker to even move. Let me guess, Troy Calhoun is with you, telling you some cock and bull story about Bella being his mate. He's tried the same thing with several alphas the past few months. There has been 2 absurd attempts against Bella in the last few weeks. She, of course, wouldn't allow that to happen. But we do have a feeling Calhoun is behind it. As for my father, he is a staunch believer in fated mates. He would never suggest anything of the sort to any of his 5 children. I'm nodding as he talks. He wanted to stop her as she crossed my territory on her way home today. And Alexander started laughing. Too late. We brought Bella home immediately after graduation this morning. We were wondering if he would try something. And now we know. I will call my grandfather and make him aware of this. We will go from there. We hung up, and I looked at the piece of shit in front of me. Well, Troy, where do we go from here? And he cleared his throat. He finally responded, Can you blame me? She's the kid of the White Wolf. She's a witch. A Luna with that kind of power. The power her mate would receive. She's almost 19. She hasn't found her mate. Why not me? I roared. She hasn't found her mate? So that makes it okay to force a mark. That's what you think, and I know for a fact. Although she has not found her mate, he has definitely found her, and would see you dead before he ever allowed a forced mating. Now get out of my sight. Get off my territory. The next time we meet, I will kill you, unless the king orders it first. He stood to leave, and Jackson said, Wouldn't leave your territory for a while, not until you find out what the king wants to do. He practically ran out of there, as fast as his feet could move. I looked at Jackson. I gotta get cleaned up and go see my mate. I can't believe I was such an idiot. How didn't I know she was a twin? Why didn't you research her before now? I am such an idiot. He started laughing and says, Oh fuck no, this ain't on me. I never research anyone until you give me the go-ahead. But hurry your big ass up so you can beg. I rushed through the shower, threw on blue jeans, a Grateful Dead t-shirt, and my boots, calling Jackson and Jake, letting them know we are leaving. Driving over to Sterling Moon, Jackson smirks. You're welcome, I look over, cocking my eyebrow. For having a reason for just popping up at Sterling Moon. We are there to discuss the Troy situation, I nod. Yeah, thank you. Pulling up to Sterling Moon, I am always amazed at the beauty of the place. Alexander is on the front steps, with a red-haired man, and Bella. They're pushed each other and wrestling until Alexander gets onto them. It was funny, and I realize why I thought she was too young. She's tiny, about 5'2", but built like a brick shithouse. How did I miss that? And Brutus says, because you're an idiot. Okay, I can work with that. Jackson steps out on the passenger side. I'm brushing my hair into a top knot when Jake steps out behind me. I open my door, and I hear her sweet voice say, "Hey, Jackson, which side of the chicken have the most feathers?" And he mumbled he didn't know, probably the left. And she laughed. "Get the fuck out of here with that? The left? Fuck, you know? No. The side of the chicken with the most feathers is the outside." And all three of them lost it. Alexander tried to be stern and told her to save the stupid jokes so he could hear them too. And she laughed again. Then her head whipped in my direction.
Chapter 5 I Will Always Keep You Safe.
I whipped my head to the left and smelled petrichor and earth, my mate, and oh my goddess, wow, color my happy ass in love. Ha, not yet. But hot damn, Alexander called my name 3 times. And I stuttered, he's my mate. Alexander smiled and said, "Well, let me introduce you." Jackson grinned and sang, "Someone's gonna get laid." And I punched him in the eye. We walked up to my mate, and Alexander said, "Bella, this is Alpha Kendrick Stone of Harvest Moon Pack. Alpha, this is my sister Bella Sterling, future Queen of Wolves." Jackson coughed, way to scare him off, right out the fucking gate, bro. Kendrick laughed. "Very little scares me, Beta." And I fell harder for his laugh. He held out his hand and asked, "Walk with me." I nodded and took his hand. We wandered off, down the path toward the lake. When we reached the water, he stopped. "I have every intention of accepting you. I have loved you for so long. I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen without interruption, please, okay?" And again I nodded. "This is where I first saw you. You had just fought a rogue, and your father had his arms around you. You looked so tiny. I thought you were a little girl. I could sense you were my mate. But because I thought you needed to grow up, I walked away." I stood there, looking out over the water, and snorted, trying and failing to hold in a laugh. "So, because I'm short, and my daddy is Mr. Jolly Green Giant, you mistook me for a child, yet could scent I was your mate?" And he nodded. I have known that I would have recognized my mate at any age, so I wasn't surprised, just sad that I had to wait longer. Again I nod, and now? He smiled. "Now I, Alpha Kendrick Stone of Harvest Moon, accept you, Princess Bella Sterling of Sterling Moon." She laughed. "You're an idiot. I, Princess Bella Sterling, accept you, Alpha Kendrick Stone, as my mate." He laughed and lifted me into his arms and kissed me. My first kiss, and I told him it was. He looked surprised, then confused, then happy, and he leaned down, taking my face in both his hands and slowly slid his lips onto mine, rubbing his tongue across my bottom lip, and my lips parted, and his tongue entered my mouth, and yeah, this is the kiss every girl fantasizes as her first. Fuck, I am overthinking. Back at the pack house, Alexander looked at Kendrick. "Bella is my sister. More than that, Bella is my twin. Because Bella and I are witches. Our connection is deeper than other twins. My heart knows if Bella is sad or hurting. My body tells me when she is physical pain and where. I can feel when she is angry, nervous, scared. I can even feel if she's too cold. She feels the same with me. That's how I knew she was in danger at university. I just wanted you to know that, in case you make her cry and I end up at your door threatening to beat the shit out of you at 3 a.m. Kendrick laughed and said, "If I make her cry at any time, I'll let you." I said, "Okay, we had the big brother talk. Now, let's figure out what to do with Troy." And Baron and Corey both groaned. "We didn't get to do the big brother threats. That's fucking bullshit." And we all laughed. Alexander responds, "Granddad and Grandmom will be here tomorrow. And I know he's going to want to speak to you, Kendrick. You're going to have some big shoes to fill. Granddad, then Dad." I snap. "Stop it, Alexander. I will take you outside and stomp your ass right now. You aren't intimidating him with your size and shit. So you tried to do it with a crown. Fuck that. Do you not realize if he doesn't want to be king, I will abdicate? So, accept he is my mate. Or don't, but stop the bullshit. He at least has the decency to look embarrassed. He had already given him the big brother talk, and I allowed it. So just stop with the stupid, you better measure up shit. Kendrick pulls on my hand and says, come here. And I do so he can pull me into his lap. And he says, it is his job, as your big brother, to try and make me as uncomfortable as possible. And I would be surprised if he doesn't try. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere. I ask what time will Granddaddy and Grandmom be here, and Alex says around 9. Then he turns to Kendrick. I had rooms set up for you and you men. I interrupted. Kendrick will stay with me. We are still getting to know each other. And Alex rolled his eyes while Jackson said, I'd say stop by my room to get condoms, but I don't think I have any to fit him. And I punched him. As they lay together in the dark, he whispered, I am so sorry. I wasted nearly a whole year. You are just so tiny. And I'm just a complete idiot. Brutus has been a complete dick. And even that is my fault. I giggled and told him, I got to finish my degree. I'm not sure I would have wanted to had I met you. My sculptures have won awards, and I am proud of my work. I have learned different mediums to work with that I wouldn't have had an opportunity to have otherwise. So, please don't be sorry. Everything happens for a reason. He snuggles me into him and tells me he wants to hear about the attempted abductions. I shrug. There isn't much to tell, really. The first one happened on a night I had stayed late. At the art department, I was finishing up my submission piece for graduation. Time had gotten away from me. As it often does when I'm working, I walked out to head to my car, and immediately Angelica felt their presence. She's good like that. It wasn't long before I had a pin on their location. They were rogues, and I could hear 5 heartbeats. I continued to my Jeep across the parking lot, and they were keeping pace with me along the wood line. Just before I got to the Jeep, they charged. I took out 2 before they landed a punch. 2 more circled me, and I had to freeze the one behind me. I tried not to use magic in the open, but I had been injured and was not letting them take me. The odd thing is, the 5th rogue never stepped from the wood line. He just watched. The second time was surprising and strange. I had just entered my dorm, and I was grabbed from behind, and someone else tried to inject me with something. I used my magic to slam him into the wall and flipped the other guy over my back, slammed him to the floor, and ripped his throat out. Alexander sent guards after that. In both instances, the other man stayed in the shadows. He's the one who worries me, Kendrick whispered. I will always keep you safe. And we fell asleep in each other's arms.
Important note.
To all our listeners, if you've been swept away by the captivating tale and are enjoying the journey, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Additionally, for those who prefer reading over listening, you can subscribe to our Book Lover Aficionado package on Patreon for just $10 a month, where you'll have access to both listen and read options. Your donations mean the world to us and help us bring even more thrilling stories to life. Find the Patreon link in the description below and become a part of our storytelling community today.
Chapter 6, I Can Explain, Kendrick's POV.
I open my eyes to an empty room, and it can't be 7:30. All of a sudden, I am incredibly nervous. Not because I was meeting the king and queen today. I am meeting her grandparents, and that scares the fuck out of me. Brutus is urging me to get up and find our mate. You try telling a nearly 7-foot puppy she can't have gone far. And calm down, he doesn't listen at all. So I hurriedly took a shower and dressed. Running downstairs, I pulled up short when I saw her. She was making breakfast, dancing around the kitchen. I mean, literally dancing. She had earbuds in, moving to the music she was listening to. I growled low. Why is she wearing that? Spandex shorts and a sports bra, but fuck that ass. I stepped behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. She leaned back against me and wrapped her arm around my neck, pulling my face to her for a quick kiss. She smiled, pulling an earbud out, asking, "Are you hungry?" I was in the mood for pancakes. The boys should all be in the dining hall. If you'd like to join them, I smiled. I'd rather stay here, watching you dance. Why are you damned near naked, by the way? She laughed. This is not near naked. This is my going to kick some ass in training this morning clothes. I mamachima, near naked. How many men will I have to kill this morning? She grinned. None. I only train with Baron and Alex. Because of Angel, no one sees me shift. It's still dangerous for white wolves. I pulled up short. I hadn't realized she was a white wolf. The legends only have one born in any generation. I guess it didn't occur to me, since her mom is still living. No wonder her brother said she would be queen. And now I can't help but wonder, had Troy found out somehow? I helped carry the food to the dining hall, and I noticed she had made sure there was enough to feed the entire pack. An Omega sitting at the end of table smiled at her. Thank you, Miss Bella. I always feel so guilty leaving you in the kitchen alone when you do this. Bella grinned and told her, Betty, it's now fair the three of you can't sit and enjoy meals with us, hardly at all. This is just my way of thanking all of you for your hard work. Now, let's eat. And I realized she gave the kitchen staff the morning off, just so they could enjoy a meal with the pack. What an incredible Luna she will be. Such a heartwarming gesture. As we sit, I ask her, do you cook often? She shook her head. Not as often as I'd like. Today, because you're here, sure. But I try and take breakfast at least once a week. And dinner randomly, but once a week. I just never know what day. Our cooks work very hard. They seldom get to actually enjoy a hot meal with the pack. This is my way of letting them know I appreciate everything they do for us. I nod at her, smiling. Jax mumbles around a mouthful. These are the best pancakes on the planet. Alexander laughs. Bella has been making pancakes since she was like 6. Uncle Max taught her. Because she was always after him to make them. Every meal. He got tired of it. That brought a chuckle from around the table. A golden shimmer appeared in a corner, and the king and queen stepped into the room. Bella squealed, Granddaddy, and ran to him, throwing herself into his arms. He swung her around, laughing and kissing her. Princess, did you make pancakes? She grinned at him, nodding. Then she flung herself into the queen's arms. Grandmom, I have missed you so much. Bella introduced me to the king and queen. I bowed low and Lauren grinned. My boy, none of that. You are family. We don't bow. One day, you will be king. Bella groaned. Granddaddy, stop. You're as bad as Alexander. He slapped Alex on the back. That's my boy. Put the fear of the goddess in them. That's our family motto. I laughed. There is nothing that would run me off. I have no problem burning the world down to keep her. Olivia kissed my cheek. Turning to her mate, you will not intimidate him. He's one of ours now. We're going to keep him. We finished breakfast, and all of us went to the training center. I was surprised to see a huge gymnasium-like structure and couldn't help asking about it. Baron says Alpha Blake had it built shortly before the three of us shifted. He wasn't sure if Bella would be a white wolf. He didn't want anyone to know if she was. In actuality, she's never shifted into Angelica, in front of anyone but her family. I'm happy to hear that. The longer that knowledge is hidden, the easier it will be to get something like this set up at Harvest Moon. I asked, who is Bella sparring? And he grinned evilly. Want to give her a go? Or have your beta spar with her, if you want to laugh. She's a tiny little dynamo and takes fighting seriously. She may even opt to spar with Lauren. I asked Bella, would you like to spar with Jax? He needs the exercise after all those pancakes he stuffed down his gullet. Her tinkering little giggle filled the air. Is he a whiner? I shrugged, thinking, oh, and said, sometimes. She spun around to rap her knuckles, then said, oh, goody, he's going to kill me. She walks to the center of the ring and calls, oh, Jackson, come dance. He snaps his head to me, linking he doesn't want to hurt his Luna. I linked back to take it easy then. He shrugged. Stepping into the ring, he whispered, I don't want to hurt you, Luna. She nodded sagely. I understand, Beta, and that's understandable. But I'm not made of glass. And please, no, I won't hold back. And dropped into a defensive stance. After 30 minutes, and the 6th time she had pinned him, he groaned, Is it terribly unmanly to cry, Uncle? I had been laughing so hard my sides ached, and I said, Of course not. I even got it on video, he muttered. You knew, you fuck. I just shrugged as she sat Indian style in front of him and asked him to lay his palms on hers. Her hands glowed a beautiful lavender, and I watched as miraculously all his scrapes and bruises healed. Alexander whispered, That's a gift we both share. She's a much more powerful witch than I am, though she seldom relies on magic. She thinks it gives her an unfair advantage. The more I learn, the deeper I fall. I'm a goner, and I happily admit it. Another 2 hours. The last one spent watching Angelica spar with Lauren's wolf, Aramis. Was I opening? She is incredible. I shifted into Brutus, just so he had a few moments with his mate, and she wasn't shy at all. She is much smaller than he is. After all, he really is a brute. She bounded around him, nipping at his ears and heels, the tip of his tail, and he would just put his huge paw out and pull her down. Laying on her, she'd wiggle out of his grip and start bouncing again. Just a big white puppy. We all cleaned up and reconnected in the conference room. And again, I am impressed. Linking Jackson, we are setting up a room like this back at home. He nods, overjoyed at the prospect of having something new to plan. Lauren is the first to speak. Troy Calhoun is obviously as much a lowlife as his father was. Never regretted snapping that man's neck. But now, I can't decide if coming after one of my granddaughters is a form of revenge for that, or if it's just an obsession. Either way, I will order a cease and desist. Barring that, I will have to strip his title. I would like to avoid that, because we can't be certain how unstable he is. Losing his pack might push him over the edge. I ask, how certain are we about the attempts to abduct Bella are, at least, partially his doing? And Lauren growled, What? What attempts? Alexander? Care to tell me what the fuck that's about? Alexander shoots me a dirty look and says, Hold on, Granddad. I know I should have notified you, but I can explain.
Chapter 7, Shadow in the Mist.
I giggled, realizing Kendrick didn't know Alexander would be in trouble if he mentioned the abduction attempts. But it wasn't his fault, so I jumped in. Granddaddy, it is on me. I didn't want Alex to say anything. The attempts happened twice, nearly 3 weeks apart. I wasn't in any real danger, although I did have to use my magic to escape the second time. The first attempt was only 6 rogues, clearly underestimating me. That one was easy enough. The second attempt was 5 days before graduation, and that time they sent 15 to attack. I took down 9, but was getting tired, so I used magic to hem the others up until campus security could take over. I found it odd that they had even been able to breach the university's defenses. I was told they had no idea how it happened by the dean. However, one thing that has bothered me since the first attack, there is a man who doesn't join in, but watches from the cover of trees. Both times he just hung back and observed. It isn't Troy. He smells off. I can't explain his scent exactly. I've never smelled anything like it. just strange, and he stays carefully hidden. I only have ever seen his silhouette. Alexander growled, "You didn't mention anything about this watcher. Nor did you mention the dean told you he didn't have any idea how they got through. That is bullshit and needs to be investigated." He looks at Baron and Corey. "I want to see surveillance from the university's security cameras. Something should have shown on motion activated. Or the infrareds. If not, then the video has most likely been tampered with. I want to know yesterday, so get on it." I am always so proud when he kicks into alpha mode. He is confident and so sure of himself. He has grown into such a strong man. He looks at me and smirks. I know he is feeling the pride I have in him. That's our twin link. I smile brightly and wink, while he just grins. Granddaddy says, "Ma Belle, I want you to recall the scent of this mysterious man. Think how it made you feel. What it reminds you of. Anything you can remember. It will help us figure out who he might be. At the very least, it may give us an indication of where he is from." I agree, and let him know I will meditate on it later. Kendrick brings up my Luna ceremony, and Grandmom says, "I would like to see it happen on the blue moon. It will bring added blessings and will also allow Alexis and Blake time to rearrange their travel schedule without too much disruption." I whine at her. "That's nearly 6 weeks. I don't want to wait that long." She smiles and says, "It's only the ceremony. Welcoming you into the pack, sweet girl. Unless Kendrick's pack has the tradition of not mating and marking without a ceremony, then I see nothing wrong with that happening before then." Kendrick shakes his head. "No. It is our tradition to mark our mates at the actual ceremony. Love. It's okay. We can take this time getting to know one another. We can date. Go for runs. You can acclimate to the pack. Get to know our people. Remodel. Renovate. Anything you'd like. I want you to choose where you might want a studio. And tell me what you need for working with the different mediums you prefer. And I'm just fixating on having to wait what feels like forever for him to make love to me." "Ugh, calm down, Bella." He lifts me into his lap and whispers, "I know, baby. I feel the same way. But right now, please think of anything else." "Anything else? The scent of your arousal is killing me. And yep, Earth, swallowing me up now would be great. I feel my ears burning in embarrassment." Baron links me. "Naughty girl. You're going to be taking a lot of cold showers." And I leaned over. Pinching the shit out of his oblique. "Hard," he squeaked. Jumped and fell out of his chair. Alexander asked, "The fuck, Baron?" He just shook his head. Granddaddy tells Alexander it's time to call Troy. He wants to decide whether or not he needs to make a personal visit. So, Alex dials the number, pressing the speaker on at the first ring. Alpha Calhoun, and my grandfather speaks. "Troy, it's King Lauren. How are you today?" There is a brief silence, and we are all wondering if he's still there. But he speaks. "Your Majesty, what a surprise. I'm not surprised to hear from you. But before you speak, allow me to apologize for my reprehensible behavior I have exhibited toward your granddaughter. I have realized the error of my ways and know that pursuing her was just a fantasy, and she is certainly not mine to claim. I regret my behavior and can assure you, nothing like that will ever happen again." Granddaddy cleared his throat. "That is a relief, Troy. I am prepared to strip you of your title, should anything of the sort happen. I do not believe in forcing a bond. I abhor it. I had had no choice when it happened to me. And you can trust and believe I will never see it happen to any of my grandchildren." Troy made a choking sound. Replied, "I understand, Your Grace. I won't ever be caught trying something like that again." And they hung up. Jackson says, "We don't believe him, do we?" Everyone at the table shakes their heads. Grandmom says, "Absolutely not. He was lying through his teeth." His voice wavered and fluctuated in tone. The bigger the lie, the deeper the inflection. He thinks he has a plan. He's convinced he has a shot. Security needs to be stepped up, both here and at your pack, Kendrick. Kendrick nods. Jackson and Jake have already started. They will be overseeing the installing of several new cameras at the pack house. Lookout towers are being erected. Each gate, every inch of our border will be seen by cameras. 247. Each tower will have their own monitoring capabilities. Individual alarms, so we can identify the direction of the threat, as well as a weapons system as our first line of defense. I will take no chances with my precious girl. Alex nods. Impressive. Keep it up, and I might actually start liking you. Kendrick laughs. Of course. That was my line of reasoning. Impress the brother, win the girl. And laughing erupts again. And Alex says, fuck off, bro. I excuse myself from the group. I need to concentrate on that strange man. So, I am heading to the upper clearing by the waterfall. I can't keep calling him the shadow in the mist.
Chapter 8. Perfection is hard to top. Kendrick's POV.
Bella had gone to meditate, and the king asked to have a word, and I agreed. He poured us each a tumbler of whiskey. Not a shot, not a rocks glass, a tumbler. So I am definitely thinking this is a really serious talk, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. He prefaces the talk by welcoming me to the family, and I thanked him. He grins. Don't be nervous, son. You're a member of the family now. That's already a done deal. Bella is exactly that. She is the absolute, undisputed belle of our family. But there are things she doesn't know, things even Alex doesn't remember. When they were a year old, 14 months old, actually, Bella was stolen by a witch from her aunt's coven. We searched frantically for her. I wreaked havoc across these lands, killing every rogue I came across in my search. I ransacked packs, searching every nook, every cranny, to no avail. We found her quite by accident. A 7-year-old human child saw her in the park one day. She told her mother and stepfather that something was off about the way the couple that had her. They didn't act like parents to her. When she described the parents, the stepfather, who is a lone wolf, registered red flags in his mind. He contacted Blake and gave the description of the woman, and we realized it fit a witch by the name of Adelaide from none other than Helena's coven. Long story short, a location spell was done on Adelaide's magical signature, and when we pinpointed where she was, we stormed the little cabin, and after 5 long months, we found our belle sick, her magic weakened. The witch had been siphoning from her. The man who had been with them was never found. We have his scent. That is all. No description, no name, nothing. Helena made an example of Adelaide by draining all of her magic, transferring it to the only person the magic would accept, since it was already mixed together, making Bella an extremely powerful witch. Then Helena burned that piece of shit at the stake. Bella's magic has been sealed, since it is impossible to lock it away forever. Helena arranged for it to be set free upon her marking and mating. It will be overwhelming at first, and I am not all sure you are aware of Alexis's glitching, but although quite amusing, it has caused some sticky situations. So good luck with that until Bella learns control. Her mother, aunt, and grandmother will help her. But until then, don't be alarmed to find things like boulders in your bed, a lake in your living room, things of that nature. She's been taught the importance of meditation, and I am sure that will help. I told you we don't have any idea who the man is, or why they took her, although we would like to believe it was to siphon her magic. We are not naive enough to believe that was the reason, or what the eventual plan was. The point is, that man is still out there, and I am worried he may be the one behind these abduction attempts. Her safety now falls to you. I wanted you to be aware of the entire situation, so that you may have an idea on how you would like to proceed. It is only fair you know what you might be facing and prepare accordingly. I sat there, mulling over everything he had just told me. If I am honest, I am a little pissed off by not telling Bella. They have, more or less, lied to her whole life. She is going to be heartbroken when she finds out. And of course, I am going to tell her. She deserves to know. And I will always be 100% open and honest with her. I plan on starting out the way I will continue. I respect her too much for anything less. I look at him. She is going to be so hurt when I tell her. And I would venture to say Alexander is going to be royally pissed. No pun intended. But I won't not tell her. She deserves to know. If this man is behind the abduction attempts, the people she trusted most, willingly and knowledgeably, put her in danger. Again, forewarned is forearmed. And you all made a life-altering decision that puts her in harm's way. That is unacceptable. What were you thinking? He responded, "It was not my choice. It was certainly not my decision. Alexis chose to keep the secret. We all obeyed, because, as her mother, it was her choice." I argued until I was blue in the face. Blake spent many nights on the couch because of the disagreements it invoked. But Alexis was adamant, and we stuck by her. I have always said this would come back to bite us in the ass. But at least I didn't break my promise to my daughter. I told Bella's mate, not Bella. I scoffed. "No, you didn't break your promise to your daughter. You just broke your granddaughter's heart." Not sure that's the route I would have chosen. But hindsight's 20/20, they say. I will be taking Bella out tonight. A date. So I'm not sure if I will tell her. Until tomorrow, I won't sit on the information long. I don't want my ass bitten, he laughed. But it was without humor. I linked Jackson, telling him I was taking Bella to dinner tonight. Then afterwards, we would meet at the pub for drinks. Then went in search of my beautiful mate. Finding her in the backyard playing hide and go seek with Baron's little sister, Delilah, and a few other kids. I stood and watched her. Her beautiful plum-colored hair looks almost purple in the sunlight. Her lavender eyes seem to glow. But it's her smile, those dimples, that has me mesmerized. I finally walk over to her. Taking her hand, asking, "Walk with me?" She nods, letting the kids know what she was doing. She tucks her little hand in mine, and we walk down a path leading to the river. We sit side by side on a huge rock, and she dangles her feet in the water. She asks, "What did you want to talk about? Is it important?" I grin at her. "It is very important, and I couldn't wait to discuss it with you." She waits patiently, even though her eyes widened in anticipation. I kissed the tip of her nose, like she had kissed my cheek this morning cooking breakfast. "I was wondering if you would go out on a date with me tonight," she squealed and threw her arms around my neck. Yes, I will. Where are we going? How should I dress? Casual, comfortable, cocktail," I laugh. "Cocktail, I think. I want to take you to dinner. Then I thought we could meet the guys for drinks at the pub, and you and I could dance." Her smile lights up her whole face. "I would love that. Now, come on. I have to hurry. I need time to get ready." I smiled at her. Not much you can do. Perfection is hard to top.
Chapter 9, second Tuesday of next week.
My room is a mess. Literally, every DS and skirt I own is on my bed, or my floor, or the floor of my closet. I have tried on every single one. Deciding what to wear on a date is problematic enough. But deciding what to wear on a date with my mate is anxiety-inducing. I never had to dress for a date. I've never had one. My makeup is done. My hair lies in soft curls, falling free to the middle of my back. I finally narrowed my choices to 3, and Grandmom walked in. She grins at me, having trouble? At my exasperated nod, she laughs. "When in doubt, always go with a little black dress. And she walks into my closet, coming back out with a one-shouldered long-sleeved aligned dress and black and silver heels. Here, it's simply elegant, and black never does you wrong. I slip into it, realizing I have never worn it. Stretchy velvet, it fits my form perfectly. Makes my eyes pop and my hair seems to shine. Slipping into the strappy heels, I stare at my reflection. I smile at her. It's perfect. She smacks my behind and says, "Go now, he's waiting." And I walk out of my room. Reaching the top of the stairs, he was standing at the foot of the stairs, talking to Granddaddy, and he looked gorgeous. His long hair was gelled up into a bun, wearing black jeans that seemed he had been poured into. His shirt was black, with tiny silver pinstripes, and now I'm thinking my grandmother deliberately dressed me in what she did, so I would match my handsome mate. His head lifted slowly, and when he spotted me, he stopped talking. As I walked down the stairs, his eyes had widened, and his lips began to lift slightly at the corners, until I reached him. Then his smile covered his whole face. "You are the most beautiful creature I have ever laid eyes on. I can't believe you are mine. Thank Goddess," I smiled. "You look incredible. I'm pretty shocked you're mine." He kissed my knuckles, and we told my grandparents good night. Arriving at the restaurant, he lifted me down from his truck, laughing at me for needing help. I said, yeah, nice truck. But you're gonna have to help me in and out in this dress. Not like I can mount the bitch on the run." He laughed even harder. We stood at the hostess station several minutes. Even though Kendrick had given her our name as we walked in, she just stood there, staring at him. Just staring. I finally said, "Excuse me, if you're going to drool all over my mate all night, could you at least show us to our table first? I'm hungry, and you look thirsty." And Kendrick laughed again. We finally had gotten seated and actually ordered. He asked me questions about my art, my life, silly things like my favorite color, music, movies. I asked him about growing up, sports he played, favorite artists, and he, being ever my mate, told me I was his favorite, everything, which caused me to giggle. He told me about girls he had casually hooked up with, wanting me to understand that they meant nothing, simply to satisfy an urge. But that was all behind him, that he hasn't ever even looked at another girl since he met me. On the side of a lake, so long ago, he told me about Amber and how she tried to lie her way into Luna. And I told him I had saved everything for my mate, had never even held the hand of another guy. He smiled sadly. "I wish I would have waited. I am truly sorry, my Belle." And I told him he is forgiven. One of us should at least have an idea what to do. We arrived at the pub, and Alexander and Jackson were already 3 sheets to the wind. Baron sat there, looking bored, and babysitting. I ordered a Washington apple, in the mood for some whiskey, and sat down, watching Alexander dance. He is usually a good dancer. Not at all sure what he's calling what he's doing now, though. Kendrick and I danced several dances, and I had a couple drinks before we decided to take the drunk boys home. We had to stop by Debbie's diner for pancakes, and by the time they had all eaten, the guys were sobered up somewhat. We finally headed home, saying good night and going our own separate ways. Morning came early, with Granddaddy and Grandmom leaving soon after breakfast. Kendrick asked to speak with Alexander and I, as he is going back to his pack house for a few hours to take care of a few things. I don't want him to go, but he's alpha and has already been gone a few days. I'm sure paperwork is piling up. We sat down in the office and Kendrick began to speak. He told us everything my grandfather had told him. Alexander is pissed. He wants to talk to our parents. For now, he has called Aunt Helena and Uncle Max in, wanting to find out if they have any further details. Kendrick hasn't let go of my hand. and I am numb, just numb, so I don't even feel the warmth from his fingers. I stand and walk over to my twin, wrapping my arms around his waist, letting Angelica soothe Idris until he calms. He kisses the top of my head, and Kendrick takes me in his arms. Whispering, "Are you okay?" I shrug and tell him, "I am numb. I just feel nothing. I guess I am processing. I don't know." When Helena and Max come in, she sees our expressions and immediately asks, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Alexander huffs, "Define wrong. Why were we never told about Bella's abduction? How is keeping us in the dark our whole lives the right thing to do?" Helena's eyes were huge. Max cleared his throat. "We were following orders. It was not up to us to inform you. Your parents commanded everyone to never set anything." I spoke quietly. "Alex, it's okay to be angry. It's not okay to direct that anger towards anyone who was following a command. That is beyond their control. Keep it in check, brother. Please, at least until you hear from Mama and Daddy what their reasons are." He nods and mutters, "For you." But it feels like betrayal, especially with the attempts to abduct you recently. What if it turns out this is all connected from your infancy and being unaware of it? I could have lost you. I can't stand the thought of that. Kendrick suggests we set a time for a video conference with our parents. That way, we have time to decide how we want to approach the situation, have an idea what questions we want to ask, time to process, so nothing regrettable is said in anger. Alexander agrees and asks, "Belle, I will shoot them a text with date and time. When do you think we should do it?" I shrug, still not knowing what I feel. "I don't know. Second Tuesday of next week?"
Chapter 10 I have no idea. Kendrick's POV.
I didn't want to leave her. Even though I will return in a few hours, she looked so lost, sad, forlorn. My sweet Bella is processing heartbreak and betrayal from the people who should always be open and honest with her. I can understand keeping it from their children when they were young, but to never tell them at all left them vulnerable and susceptible to danger. That is unacceptable. Striding into my office, with Jackson on my heels, I slam into my chair. "Jake, I want any and all rogue groups investigated, especially ones reportedly showing up around the university in the past several months. I want to know if they are being hired, if they can identify who may be taking charge. Scratch that. I want to know everything, right down to when they take a shit." Jackson asks, "Do you think the man that hides in the tree line could be Bella's first abductor? Possibly related to him?" I snap. "That's just it, Jax. I don't know what to think. What I know is, I don't believe in coincidences. Troy thinks he can force mate her. Then there are two separate attempts on taking her. Then Troy just backs off, telling the king he has seen the errors of his ways. Too fucking convenient, and it raises my suspicions. Jake, tell us. I will get on this right away. I have gotten all the extra surveillance and security equipment up and working. Every tower has its own monitoring system, connected directly to a security command center, right here." And he stands, pushing a plate on the office wall, beside my bookcase. It opened to show 4 people and 16 monitors. I smile at him. "Impressive, Jake. I can't thank you enough for getting this done so quickly. I plan on asking Bella tonight when she'd like to move here with us. Our ceremony is a little over 5 weeks away, but I am hoping she will come home before then. I take care of all the paperwork that needed my immediate attention and pack a few extra changes of clothes. I want to be with Bella when they call her parents, not because she necessarily needs me there. I just want to offer my support, to make sure she understands I am going to always be where and what she needs me to be." Jackson and I head back to Sterling Moon. Brutus is getting anxious, And if I am honest with myself, I'm just as bad. She has become such a huge part of my life. Being away from her is nearly painful. I already love her. And no matter what it takes, I will keep her safe. We arrive, and Baron lets me know Bella and Alexander are meditating in the clearing. Apparently, they do this often. It's their twin bond. They can use it to soothe each other, to find clarity. Right now, Baron tells me, they are searching memories. They want to know if what happened when they were babies was hidden or taken away. Our wolves, once awakened, can see our memories, all of them, from birth. If her family decided to take the memories of her kidnapping away from her, they also will have erased her ability to recognize the faces of her kidnappers, which, in my opinion, could put her in even greater danger. He could be in contact with her in some capacity, and she wouldn't be aware of it. I helped Baron set up drink carts and ordered snacks. I was told there would be a conference call with their parents and grandparents after dinner. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night. Not to mention, I am mentally exhausted from wrestling with Brutus's anger over the pain of our mate. He just wants to simply rip apart anyone and anything that he perceives causes her any hurt. Yeah, I'm thinking that would go over as well as a pay toilet in a diarrhea ward, but not judging here, sitting on the lanai now, sipping whiskey and doing breathing exercises to stay calm. Max walks over, with his son Aaron, whom I believe is the new head warrior. Not sure though. I am still learning the dynamics here. He slides a glass over, and I fill it with whiskey from the decanter. I tilt it at Aaron, but he shakes his head. Max tells me, "You're doing really well. I know it has to be difficult not to run out there and find Belle, but they need their twin time. It recenters them. And together, they find ways to cope with situations that can seem insurmountable. When Bella was missing, Alexander cried incessantly. Nothing could console him. They ended up actually forcing into sleep. I never understood twins until then." I nod and smile. I'm not going to pretend I understand it, but I don't mind it. Idris is crazy powerful, and if Angel can keep him from losing it, then I am all for that. Their bond isn't one that invokes jealousy. Brutus isn't bothered. I just miss her, so I'm self-medicating to remain in my seat. Even Aaron chuckled at that, but I'm dead serious. When Alexander and Bella come back from the meadow clearing, all of us were sitting enjoying the sunset from the lanai. Bella came to me and sat down in my lap. I could get used to this. With very little provocation, she feels so good in my arms. I ask how she's doing, and she smiles. I am okay. I feel hurt, a little betrayed. I can understand keeping something like that away from us as children. I can only imagine the fear they experienced as parents, but I don't agree with not explaining everything to us. Once we were older, I can't recall the man's face at all, or even if I had met him, seen him. I don't know. I keep thinking I remember a scent, something distinguishable, but it eludes me. I sometimes feel a sense of déjà vu, then it's gone. I hug her tightly. It may actually be déjà vu, and you will figure it out. Don't push it. Let Angelica help you love. She will recognize the memory before you. She hugs me back, snuggling into my neck and breathing deeply. I lift her, standing to my feet. She slides her feet to the floor, and I kiss her forehead. We walk into the dining hall, following Baron yells, "It's Nokai night," and I have no idea what the hell he just said.
Chapter 11 And Bella Hung Up. Alexander's POV.
Sitting here in the clearing with Bella, we face each other cross-legged, my palms up, with hers lying on them. We close our eyes and let our wolves mind walk through our memories. They sort through the most recent ones, working backwards. Idris shows me the abduction attempts from a few months back, and I see what Bella saw. The silhouette of the man in the trees. He is watching, staring directly at my sister. There is something menacing in his gaze, and I scent the air. He is wolf, but something is off. His aura is distorted, indistinctive. Both our memories cease just before our second birthdays, and they shouldn't, unless they have been tampered with. We separate and look at each other. She whispers, "They took our memories." I feel violated, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. I was prepared to forgive them. I don't want to think about the panic and fear they must have felt, but now I feel as if they still don't trust us enough with the truth, that we are too immature to handle it. That is upsetting. They have left us exposed to an unknown enemy. I pull her into my lap. We will reserve our anger until we hear them out. I have so many questions they need to answer. But I agree with you. By keeping us in the dark this way, they have left us exposed to a danger we can't fathom. They are still seeing us as their children who went through something traumatic, instead of treating us like adults. They might believe they are still somehow protecting us. We won't know until we speak to them. We walked hand in hand back to the pack house. All the guys were outside at the table, talking lowly amongst themselves. Jackson grins at me. "Hey, Alexander. What happened on prom?" Baron said it was hilarious, but won't say why. Saying it ain't his story to tell. I glare at Baron. He's right. It isn't his story. But he always makes sure to bring it up, to put me on the spot. Baron, you seriously have to let it go. I will tell you, Jax. Then you can ask Baron about hurting Buffalo.
My senior prom was set. I had a major crush on the new girl at school, so I invited her to be my date. She agreed, and I was ecstatic. I picked her up. She was gorgeous. Arriving, we had pictures done, and the music had started. Now, Baron, Bella, Aaron, and I have been dancing fools since we were toddlers. Baron asked the DJ to play Thriller, and we all ran to the dance floor to impress everyone with our moves. When it reached the part of the dance where your hands swing back and forth and raise your knees high, imitating the zombies, my tuxedo, mysteriously, fell apart.
Every seam just turned loose. The sleeves fell off, sides split, crotch gone, and I stood there looking like I was wearing some weird sarong-looking thing. While my date was so embarrassed at me flashing my boxers to the entire school. She left. So, what the hell? I finished the dance. Bella laughed. He was so convinced I had done it that he didn't speak to me for 3 days. But Baron, who spills every secret known to man if he's drinking, told Corey he had pulled the outer stitching of every seam the night before prom. It was epic. Because he didn't realize the whole thing would fall apart. And he saw how mad Alex was at me, so he was afraid to fess up. I said, "Yeah, haha, real funny. But talking too much isn't the only thing Baron does when he's drunk. Is it, Baron?" Jackson laughs and says, "Sounds like something I would do." And he and Baron bump fists. Great. 2 more on betas. Things could get messy if they plan shit together. We went in for dinner, and I was a little anxious about the conference call coming up. But we need to know what our parents know. I want to get out ahead of whatever this is before it blows up in our faces. Kendrick and I are going to have to come up with a working strategy that can change on a dime. Bella has to be protected at all costs. We await the incoming calls. I am squeezing Belle's hand for dear life, and the phone rings, indicating we are being asked to join the conference. Our parents add grandparents pop up on screen, and Dad jumps in immediately. Allow me to preface this by saying, we did what we did to allow you two to grow up with a normal childhood, to not be overshadowed in fear or anxiety. It was the best decision at the time. I will always stand by that choice. I grimace. Wow, Dad, straight to defense, before we even say a word. And he snarls, "Watch your tone, boy." To which Idris lit up. "I am Alpha, Dad. You don't get to act angry that we know the truth. Be angry at yourselves. But I won't tolerate disrespect either. Bella tells everyone, just calm down, Mom, Dad. I understand what you did and why. I am trying to be okay with it. But Alexander is alpha now. We need to know what threat, if any, is hanging over our heads. Is the pack in danger? Is Harvest Moon? Am I in danger? Is this man out of the picture? And who is he? That is what concerns us now. And if you have any information that could help, then tell us now. Otherwise, this conversation is done. They all stared at her through the screen a moment. Lauren finally spoke. Bella is right. On behalf of myself and your grandmother, I apologize for our part in the cover-up. At the time, it was what was best to stop the nightmares and to allow you both to grow happily. We always thought your parents would sit you down and explain what was done and why. When I found they hadn't, I took it upon myself to inform your mate. I told him, and we appreciate that, Granddad. Now, all that matters is knowing what danger we may be facing. Bells and I will find our own way past not being told. Blake spoke. There isn't much to tell, and not much to go on. Adelaide claimed the man was her mate. The man ran when we stormed the cabin. We were too focused on saving Bella to go after him, believing we would be able to track him and kill him. No matter what we tried, Adelaide would give no information on him, other than he is an alpha rogue, and we couldn't even pick up his scent. Having no problems in the ensuing years, we assumed he gave up. Kendrick hit his fist on the table. That's it? Did you not continue looking for him? Sending trackers? You assumed he gave up, with knowing nothing as to his reasons. You just gave up? Dad snapped at him. You don't question me, Alpha Drake. This is a family matter. And Bella hung up.
Chapter 12, Insensitive Beasts.
I looked at Alex, and that's why I said the second Tuesday of next week. I will not be talked down to, nor will I be treated like a child. And how dare he snarl at my mate? They rang back through, and Alexander answered. I climbed onto Kendrick's lap and glared at my dad. Blake apologized. Kendrick, I am sorry I snapped. I have lived all these years feeling inadequate. To be called on it made me defensive. I did everything in my power to protect my pack and family. Feeling I have failed hits hard. Mama says we will be extending the wards to include Harvest Moon. The protection of Sterling Moon will now extend to the areas between the two packs as well. If we could restore your memories now, Bella, we would. And for that, I am truly sorry. It was a hard decision, but I still stand by my choice to do what I felt was right for my babies. Sighing, I tell her, I get it, Mama. I do. I just wish you would have told us. We had a right to know. If I had my memories, I would know if the man in the shadows is the one who took me. As it is, I only know his scent sparks something. He isn't fully wolf, and whatever he is what makes me think he is more dangerous. Daddy sits straighter in his chair. You recognize his scent? Explain, I sighed. Telling him, it isn't that I recognize his scent, per se. It's more that it holds a familiarity. I know I have smelled it before. I just can't recall where or when. It's so frustrating. Alexander says, when we were mind-walking earlier, I could catch his scent and felt it was familiar as well. Yet, I lost the memory of the scent as soon as the walk was over. Mama asks, what if it is the same man? What if Alex recalls the scent from your room the night you were taken? And Alex responds, then, taking our memories is a double-edged sword. I no longer have the means to recall the scent of her assailant, and Belle no longer can tell us what he smells like. I climb into Alexander's lap from Kendrick's. He needs Angelica to calm Idris. She knows without being told. Daddy says, We will be home in 3 days. Mom wants to help Grandmom plan your Luna ceremony, and I would just rather be on hand. Helping research the Shadow Man. Someone has to know something. I look at the time. Crap. I have to head to the apothecary. Aunt Helena is expecting a huge delivery, and I promised to set stock. I kissed Kendrick and headed for the door. Hearing Kendrick and Alexander telling Jake and Corey to go with me and help rolling my eyes, I yelled, "Come on, lapdogs, I don't want to be late." Arriving at the store, I walk in saying, "Look, Aunt Helena, I brought extra help." She looks over my shoulder at Jake and Corey. "Well, let's get to stepping. The truck just arrived." And we all followed her out to the loading dock, where the truck had backed in. I hopped in the back and started sliding boxes to the tailgate. Jake and Corey were actually pretty helpful. They carried the boxes into the back of the storage cooler, and I unpacked everything. I never let anyone help me with putting anything away. I alphabetize all the flows first. Then I move on to the dried herbs, and finally the plants. My OCD pertains primarily to organization, and it fits perfectly with this. Aunt Helena appreciates it, saying it helps her find what she needs faster. Of course, that's bullshit. She just says that to make me feel better. And it always works. We decided it was time for lunch, and I wanted pancakes, so we headed to Debbie's. When we walked in, I noticed Uncle Max had hired a new waitress. She was adorable, taller than me. Everyone is. With cornflower blue eyes and shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair. A smattering of freckles across her nose. She walked over to take our order with a big smile. "Hi, I'm Ella, and I will be your server today." I smiled back and ordered my pancakes. Turning to the guys, who were gaping across the diner, I turned and saw a duplicate server. To the one standing next to us. She grinned. "Yeah, that happens a lot. That's my twin, Anna." Then she hollers for her sister to come meet me. Anna walks over, smiling an identical smile, sticking her hand out. "Hey, I'm Brianna. I see you met my sister Briella." And I laugh. "This is awesome. I'm assuming since both your names start with Bri, it's shortened to Ella and Anna." They say yes simultaneously, and I giggle again. "Priceless, I'm Bella." And the two deaf, dumb mutes are Jake and Corey. Both gammas. Are you lone wolves? Shaking their heads together, rogues. Our parents were killed by our old alpha, defending us. From him, ironically. He planned to force mate us, and our parents snuck us to the border to escape. But we were caught, and our parents made us run, while they fought off the alpha, and all that was said by them bouncing the whole conversation off each other. I asked them, "Has Uncle Max told you? You will have to meet with Alpha Alexander, whether you wish to stay rogue, are seeking lone wolf status, or want to join the pack." They both paled, and I rushed to reassure them. No, my brother is nothing like your old alpha. He's my twin, and is as fair and just an alpha as you will ever meet. Don't be afraid. You're going to be my new best friends, so if he says anything that upsets you, I will just beat him up. And they giggled. Together, simultaneously. Ain't even going to lie. That's a little freaky. Uncle Max comes out around the counter. "My Belle, I see you've met the girls. I am bringing them for dinner at the pack house tonight. I already called Alexander, and your granddad is going to want the names of their pack and alpha." Noticing the fear on the girls' faces, I suggest, "Why don't we wait and see how comfortable you two are with us before we delve too deeply into such personal and painful details? I don't want anything or anyone to invade your privacy. You can tell us in your own time, okay?" As I glare at Uncle Max. Men, insensitive beasts.
Chapter 13. That backfired quickly. Kendrick's POV.
As soon as Bella left, Brutus whined in my head. "We're fine." "You can't whine every time she's out of our sight. Of course you can't whine. You would just look stupid." I, on the other hand, Can whine all I want. I am of the canine persuasion. In case you hadn't noticed, do you just wake up thinking, yep? Today I am going to be an asshole for shits and giggles? Of course not. It simply seems to be something you bring out in me. I shake my head and Jackson laughs. Yeah, dude, I heard the big 7-foot puppy whine. He's kinda turning into a girl. I punch him. You wait, missing her, for even a minute, is painful for him, and I understand him. He's just an asshole about it. Alexander's phone rings, and I pay scant attention. My head's not in the game anyway. Never in a million years would I ever imagine one tiny little woman could command every second of my attention. But she has, and I can't bring myself to even mind that my brain hitched a ride in her back pocket. I'm just going to sit right here until she brings it back. Alexander hangs up, and he looks angry. I ask, problem? He shrugs. I'm not really sure. That was my Uncle Max. He is bringing 2 sisters to dinner tonight. They're new in town and running from an alpha who killed their parents. Seems the alpha wanted to force mate both girls. Or maybe it is either girl, not sure. But the parents tried smuggling the girls across his borders. He attacked them, and the parents made the girls run, while they fought him off. I ask him, this alpha, is he going to be a problem for us? I could use a little extracurricular activity. If you catch what I mean, I could use a little recreational neck snapping. He laughs. Dude, you ain't right. Shrugging, I say, so I've been told. After thinking about it, I said, in all seriousness though, we need to know if that alpha is on the hunt. We should be prepared. He agrees, and then tells me the girls will be here later, and we will know more. Watching him pace a few minutes, I ask, why don't you call the king? Just give him a heads up. It is his most absolute law being violated by this alpha. He may have a few suggestions. He looks up and nods. Yeah, thanks. Good idea. Going off half-cocked isn't the best course of action. He sits, dialing the king. When Lauren picks up, Alexander lets him in on what we know thus far, and he decides to be here for dinner. Well, there you go. Let's just all gang up on these poor, unsuspecting girls who just lost their parents. Yeah, that's not going to scare the shit out of them, or anything. Bella made it back about 45 minutes later, and I immediately felt like a 1,000-pound weight lifted off my heart. This mate bond is something else. Nobody ever tells you how all-encompassing it feels. I don't know what I expected, and maybe after we mate and mark, it will be easier to manage. Maybe. But for right now, I'll just be a blithering idiot for a while. Bella came straight to me and wrapped her little arms around my waist. I snuggle her even closer and breathe in her incredibly edible minty chocolate scent. She smiles up at me so beautifully, and I lean in to taste her sweet lips. Yep, blithering idiot. She starts talking about the twin girls in town. Her arms are flailing about, and her entire body is animated. Her eyes sparkle the beautiful lavender, and her happiness at making new friends just glows from her face. Bella still hadn't calmed down by the time we sat down to dinner. Then she looks at Alexander and turned her glare on her grandfather. You neither one better make Ella or Anna feel uncomfortable. They've been through a lot, and I won't sit by allowing you to badger them. There will be plenty of time after dinner to hear their history. Lauren laughs loudly. All right, my little Spitfire, message received. I will be on my best behavior. I will convey to them the only person that will suffer further for this. Is that Alpha? I chuckled, leaning down. You are definitely a mama bear. I love that about you. Someone is important to you, and you'd jump up and bite a buzzsaw if it kept them safe. I am so proud of you. Max and Helena walk in with 2 identical girls, laughing lowly together. They stopped and sniffed the air, and I found my eyes circling the room, until they stopped on Alexander and Baron. Bella and I both burst into laughter, realizing what it meant. She looked at me and said, "Oh my goddess, this is fantastic. Double trouble, and it feels like my life is complete," falling into me giggling. Alex and Baron stood and walked over to the girls, and I am scratching my head, wondering how on earth they are going to tell them apart. When Bella yells out, "Ella, you're my brother's mate and Anna is my best friend's mate." The trouble this is going to cause makes me so happy. Okay, Ella is Alexander's mate. Nope, not helping. Hold on. Bella can tell them apart. How in the hell? I lean down. How do you know who's who? She looks at me like I'm crazy. It's easy. Ella is shy. She fidgets. Anna is confident, almost cocky. Anna walks. Her stride is strong and determined. Ella shuffles, trying to be as quiet as she can. Unnoticed. There's a story there. I plan on finding out what. The guys won't turn loose of the girl's hands, which prompted Alexander to feed Ella. She looks so miserably uncomfortable to have attention on her. Bella smiles softly, knowing exactly how to fix it. "Jackson, you, Jake, and Corey better shit or get off the pot. Y'all are a day late and $1 short. Chop, chop." And the trio had a trapped in the headlights kind of face, and the two new twins giggle. Alexander, realizing that his sister was deflecting to save his mate embarrassment, jumps in to keep focus off them further. "Careful, little sis. Can't be picking on my boys. I'll have to tell the tale of magic gone awry, and how 23 houses had flood damage for miles." She grins ear to ear. "You dare threaten me with magic messes, when you and I can go toe to toe for hours on our few cups, hoisted by your own petard, big bro." Alexander has that look of, well, that backfired quickly.
Chapter 14, or We Ask Dad.
Alexander looked at me, and I thought I had won, until an evil grin swept his face. Damn it. Here it comes, and I braced for it. When our little Spitfire over there was 7, she was so impatient, so convinced that she was smarter than Mama, Helena, or Grandmom, that she didn't listen when they taught her a new task. Start slowly. Feel the magic. Practice slowly. Small whirlpools. Learn slowly. Start small. And gradually into bigger. Nope. Those words meant nothing after they showed her the skill. I stood up and said, "Would you look at the time? Shouldn't we been in conference?" And my own mate betrayed me, pulled me down into his lap, trapping me, while nodding at my brother. Crap. Alex smirks. Her task that day was water manipulation. I sat beside my baby sister, watching her twirl the water in a little whirlpool. She raises the whirlpool a little up, out of the river. She turns to me saying I can do this. She spun the whirlpool in the air, higher and higher, apparently not realizing water that high attracts other water. Before we knew it, clouds had joined the whirlpool. The static from the centrifugal force caused lightning, and now we have a full-blown thunderstorm with a waterspout spinning down the river. 20 minutes and 23 houses later, it was over. The wind and water damage to all the houses had to be repaired by Mama and Grandmom. I said, "It was one time, once, and I was 7. And besides, you were there. You never said it looked like a bad idea. Never opened your mouth. Just clapped. So of course I felt encouraged." He laughed. "Hell no, I wasn't about to stop you. I was too excited. Besides, I was reveling in the fact I wasn't going to be in trouble, for a change." We all needed a good laugh. The girls were much more relaxed, and we moved into the conference room. The girls asked me to sit with them. I sat between them, and they each held a hand. Granddad asked, "What pack are you from, girls?" Anna told him Red Claw Pack in Nevada. And Granddad asked, "Is Alpha William Gray still in charge?" They both nod. Then Anna says, "His son Ethan can't be Alpha until he takes a mate. He tried to claim Ella, over and over, as roughly as possible. But he wanted her to consent. He gave her an ultimatum, and she chose to be killed. So his father made him send her back home and take me instead. If he thought Ella was difficult, he was in for a hell of a ride with me. Our parents refused, and they were given 3 days to comply. My parents tried sneaking us out that night, and the rest you know. I never turned loose of their hands, even if I held Emma's a little snugger. Alexander held her other hand, rubbing little circles with his thumb to keep her calm. Granddad stood and said, "Boys, we ride." And I never saw a whole room full of men leap to their feet so fast. I stood and said, "I'm gearing up." Walking to my room. I am so angry at that pack. I want recompense for what the twins lost. I walked downstairs and said, "Why don't we have Grandmom join me and we make a portal?" And Alexander snapped, "No, that would mean Ella or Anna has to go, since they are the only ones who can visualize." Anna stepped forward. "I'll do it. I want to see them pay." Granddad had already had Grandmom on standby. We each grabbed a hand of Anna's and looked into her mind's eye. Seeing the front door of a pack house, Grandmom and I opened the portal. The men went through by twos. Then we stepped through. Alexander went to the door and knocked, yelling, "Open, by order of the king," and I giggled. Pretentious ass. I would have kicked the door in, but my brother is the consummate diplomat. The door opened, and there stood a girl who looked alarmingly like the twins. Granddad said, "Bring your alpha, girl. He has business with the king." As soon as William appeared, Granddad punched him. At least, he didn't snap his neck. That's usually his go-to move. He says, "William, you've been a bad alpha. Forcing marks is a crime, one punishable by death. Get your son down here." We had formed a semicircle around Granddad and the alphas, closing them against a wall barrier so no one can get behind them. And then the neck snapping I referenced earlier happened. He looked out over the pack and commanded anyone who supported forced mating to step forward. Only 2 stepped forward and died for it. Then he pointed to the beta, "John, right? You're the new alpha. See that you don't fuck up." Kendrick had been wrapped around me from behind, whispered, "The king don't play." I shake my head, "Nope." He nearly died being the king of the people. He won't let anyone diminish that. We opened the portal, and just like that we are back in the conference room. Ella ran to Alexander, and it brought a smile to my face. The grandparents went home, and we all settled in to talk about the mysterious man who is fixated on me. I look at Kendrick, then Alexander. If we operate on the assumption this guy in the shadows is behind the rogue attacks, and the same guy that kidnapped me as an infant is the same man, then we have to ask, why me? What about me is this guy's driving force? We know he calls himself a rogue alpha, while we know there is no such a thing. So what's he playing at? Kendrick says, "Going with that scenario, he has unfinished business with you. We know the witch was draining your power, but was he trying to find something else out from your weakened state? There's too many questions. Too much time has passed." Alexander said, "It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack." Everyone is quiet, thinking when Ella says, "Maybe not. If it was investigated as thoroughly as you said your parents conducted, there is record of it. Probably files of investigative information just begging for new eyes to look at it." Kendrick looks at Jackson and Jake. "Get on it. Find everything you can. There has to be a digital record somewhere." I asked Alexander, "Should we check the office files to see if we can find any hard copy in them?" Alexander grins, saying, "Or we ask Dad."
Chapter 15, and I am losing. Kendrick's POV.
Alexander dials Blaze, and he answers right away, "Dad, we have decided to comb through all the information you have accumulated over the years on Bella's kidnapping. We're thinking maybe fresh eyes will pick up on something. Blake sighs. Your mother and I will be home in a few days. It will be easier to get it for you. Then telling you where to find it. That sounded a little cryptic to me. But it's their parents, and I won't interfere. I hear Alexander say, yeah, thanks, Dad. Then he hung up. Bella grins. We aren't waiting, are we? He shakes his head, and I get a glimpse of what a handful these two must have been as children. They must have driven their family nuts. They stand as Bella takes my hand, and she says, to the office we go. Once there, they start emptying the file cabinets, and we all grabbed anything with the kids' names on it. We read them and reread them, but there was nothing pertaining to the abduction or the immediate time of their lives after that, their infant information, through their first birthday, and nothing until their third birthdays. That's where it picks up again. That is again a little odd to me. I ask, where would your parents hide some they didn't want anyone to see? Is there a false bottom drawer in the desk? A secret compartment in the safe? Hell, I don't know. A loose panel on a wall? What about a loose floorboard in their closet? Jackson laughs. Where is my alpha, Ken? You sound like Nancy Drew. I snap. Just throwing ideas out there, you prick. You're not funny. Causing Baron to laugh. He's kind of funny. Bella looks at Alexander. The attic. The locked trunk, maybe? And they both ran out the door. Jake asks, those two. I bet they were hell on wheels growing up. Chuckling, I agree. To be honest, Bella seems like the instigator. She's precocious. Even now, Baron shakes his head. You have no idea. We got in so much trouble. All of us being the same age. We were the three musketeers. She could talk us into anything. That's not to say Alexander and I were angels. We weren't. But our bells. She and her big magic. And she isn't even at her full potential until she mates you. Good luck with that, dude. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little scared. Jake looks up from where he had been searching the web for anything. I have some information here. Being the crown princess had the spotlight on her from day one. The king announced Alexis was the heir to the throne as a white wolf. When the twins were born, Charles, the king's beta, made an innocuous statement to a reporter, probably without even thinking. He was accosted outside a restaurant and was asked about the twins' births. And he remarked, the legacy continues to the next generation. While he didn't actually say a new white wolf was born, his statement alluded to it. That could have very well been the one thing that put Bella in someone's crosshairs. Fuck, keep digging. The kidnapping of the princess could not have been just swept under the rug. Reporters ferret out information from under rocks. Somebody had to have questioned it. Alex and Bella walk back in, pushing and shoving each other. She laughingly says, it was a doll, Alex. Just an old doll. Freaking out and breaking a lamp over its head was overkill. He sneers. You didn't see how that thing looked at me, with its one dead eye? What the fuck is wrong with our parents? Keeping a dirty one-eyed doll just hanging around waiting to attack? She couldn't stop laughing at him. Attack? It didn't attack you. It fell, off a shelf, above your head. And you caused it when you hit the wall with the trunk. You big sissy, he growls. Shut up. Your hair is full of cobwebs. Baron asks, I'm taking it you two found nothing useful? Alexander shakes his head. Just a trunk, with some really dumb shit in it. Some crystals, runes, a spell book for beginners, and some really old clothes. There was a really cool amulet and dagger, though. Don't know what those are for. Apparently, our parents like keeping secrets. I asked if they checked for a false bottom in the trunk, and Jax laughed. Dude. Yo, Nancy. Stop with all the hidden compartments. We laughed. But I still think it's plausible. Jake excitedly tells us, found something. A newspaper article. It has come to the attention of this reporter. The daughter of Blake and Alexis Sterling is missing. The family has refused an interview at this time and are staying with a no-comment scenario. But it perplexes this reporter why the king hasn't made a press release or asked for help from the public. So they didn't want it to be made public. That in itself is suspicious. But the whole cover-up thing is perplexing as hell. Bella looks puzzled. You're right, Jake. Why would they not ask for help? Or even acknowledge the fact I had been abducted? Alexander, I will be packing and moving to Harvest Moon with Kendrick. I need a few days before I confront your parents. The betrayal I'm feeling is making my magic wonky, and I need to think. Alexander walks over and wraps her in his arms. I understand, sweet sissy. Take a few days. Our parents may have our best interests at heart, but the way they have handled all this is wrong. I'm pissed and want answers. But stop giving them to me when they upset you. They're your parents, too. I laughed because I caught her referencing them as his parents, too. It seems to be a pattern, then. My heart is pounding. She's moving in with me, and Brutus's tail is wagging so hard my eyeballs are bouncing. I followed her up to our room. She was mumbling up a blue streak, but I wasn't certain I should respond. It seemed to be a conversation between her wolf and herself. I smothered the laugh because it seemed an intense one. She turned around and said, "Go ahead, laugh. Yes, I am arguing with this horn dog of a wolf, and I am losing." That did it. I didn't try to stop the laugh.
Chapter 16 is Derek in on it.
All the way to the room, Angel argued over taking all my stuff. And by all my stuff, that referred to my bottom drawer, where all my pretty underwear and sleepwear is, and I want Kendrick to see me in it. But I know I am barely holding myself back from humping his leg, so I know it's more difficult for him. I start packing my clothes when Ella and Anna knock, asking if I could use some help. I nodded and Kendrick kissed my forehead, saying he would be with the guys. I nod and turn back to finish up. Ella tells me quietly, "I am going to miss you." I hugged them both and said, "I'm less than an hour away on pause. But this pack and Harvest Moon share a border. It's the lake, and we can meet whenever you want, okay?" They both nod, at the same time, in the same way, and that shit's just creepy. It took a little over an hour to pack my stuff up. I hadn't unpacked my art supplies, so that was just carrying boxes outside. The guys were waiting by the door when I came downstairs, and they clung to me. I hugged them both tightly and said, "I will tell you, like I told the girls, I am less than an hour away, and we can meet at the lake. If you need me, just echo. I will come running. I love you. Don't you dare make me cry. We have been apart before. We are still, and always will be, the Three Musketeers." Kendrick had loaded everything as I spoke to my guys. He came up behind me before clasping forearms with first Alexander, and then Baron. "I will look after her. I love her as much as you both do. I won't hesitate to call you for help if needs be. I will do you one better. We will FaceTime every night by 9. If we miss that call, then come running, because something will be up." I smiled at how thoughtful he was being of my twin. Then it dawned on me, he just committed to a definite time. Every day, I'm going to have to set an alarm. I have a lousy sense of timing anyway, and if I become engrossed in my art, then time has no meaning. Crap. Once in the truck, Kendrick asked if I was okay. I smiled. "I am okay. I will be okay." It feels hollow. I think that fits. Not empty, but hollowed out. I know my parents adore me, and I know they believe in their heart of hearts they were protecting me. I am ill-prepared now. I would have known my enemy. Instead of protecting me, they have left me vulnerable, and I don't do vulnerable with anyone but you, and that's where I am struggling. Well, that and knowing my parents have lied to me, essentially my whole life. He pulled me into his arms and whispered, Don't judge your parents too harshly. They have lived every day since you were rescued, praying it never happened again. You grew up happy and carefree, and they lived under a cloud. That's not to say you have no right to be pissed. You have every right. I just don't want you to let it eat at you. I smile. I have already forgiven them. This is to make them see me as an adult. This is about them treating Alex like a boy, and not the alpha he is. My parents believe they are still protecting us by not giving us any real information, treating us like we're still just their children. We arrived at the pack house a short while later. A man ran up to Kendrick, halting us. Kendrick says, "Derek, what's going on? Why are you here?" The guy was catching his breath a minute when he spoke. I don't think it was what Kendrick expected the news. My sister, is she here? She went against Alpha Command and said she was going to kill your mate. Oh, goody. Another player for the Russian roulette game my life has become. So I ask, "Dude, who's your sister?" He looks at me. His eyes get wide. And he says, "Amber." "Luna." I look at Kendrick. Is she dumber than you thought? Because that girl coming at me right now, in this mood, would not bode well for her health. Then Derek tells us she should have been here. She left 3 days ago. I haven't found trace of her from about 50 miles east. Kendrick looks at him. So you came looking. Why? She wouldn't have returned home from here. For all we know, she hooked up with some wannabe alpha and ran off with him. Derek tries arguing, saying he's worried she's in trouble. And Kendrick mutters, "Trouble there or trouble here. Same difference." I touch his arm to calm him a little bit. I ask, "Derek, I believe you have a story to tell. Let's get you inside and cleaned up. Then we will sit and have a nice dinner while you tell your tale." As I am walking him through the door, I hear Jackson ask, "What just happened?" To which Kendrick replied, "I'm not really sure, but I think we're having a dinner party, men." I lead Derek inside and ask Jake to show him a room and get him some clothes. Kendrick wraps his arms around me and grins. "You can't not help, can you? It's adorable. You like to fix people." I snort at him. "I'm not fixing that fool. We need to know what Amber is really up to. That girl was never going to try and kill me. She might break a nail or pop a boob or something." Trying not to laugh at my little rant, he asks, "So, you think she broke alpha commands for someone else? That would make sense?" I nod. I don't believe in coincidences. Stupid things keep happening around me. And someone is pulling the strings. Jackson aggies, "That's actually pretty smart." The question now is Derek in on it?
Chapter 17. She had a kid. Kendrick's POV.
Everyone was seated at the dining room table. I told Derek to tell us what he knows, and I would decide whether to look for that crazy bitch or not. Bella pinched me. He begins, "Amber fought with the alpha because she wanted to come back here, on the premise of joining the warriors. And everyone knew that was a lie. She would never train, so he called her on it. She had overheard a conversation involving you finding your mate, and she screamed, pitched fits, slapped walls. Doc had to sedate her. Doc said she would sleep all night, so we went to bed. Next morning she was gone. Left a note, said, 'Going to get Kendrick back after I kill his mate.' So I ran straight after her, tracking her all the way 50 miles east of here. Then nothing. No scent, no sign. Just nothing. Like she disappeared. Lost her scent right before coming here. I stood and said, 'Jackson, ready a team and gear up. We are hunting. Baby, you going or stay here and relax?' Raising an eyebrow at me. She smirks. 'Meet you by the door in 5 minutes. I need my gear.' And she shot out of the room. Jax laughs. 'There's your answer.' I just watched the open door, smiling. My girl is something else. Making my way to the door, with Derek behind me, She was true to her word. Flying down the steps, buckling her katana vest and harness, I look at Derek. You had best be sure everything you've told us is true. I have no problem leaving your body out there for scavengers to feast on. Bella grinned. If she's disappeared, just poofed, then a witch is involved, and I will be able to read the signature. I help her into the truck, and we hit the road. The sun has set, and it's that hard time of day that makes everything look shadowy. It will be fine by the time we get to where we're going. I ask Bella if we should call her brother. She grins and nods, but not until we see if witchcraft is involved. I may need Aunt Helena. She's High Priestess, and will be able to locate the user. I'm not great at that yet. I can locate an ink pen. Oh, I located a cat once, but it wasn't what I was looking for. Never mind. I might need Helena, and leave it there. I pull her into my lap, laughing. One day, you are going to have to tell me some of your stories, she said. I will tell you Alex's. I humiliate myself on a daily. You'll witness plenty of stories about me, she giggles. And it's the most adorable sound in the universe. When we had gotten close to where Amber disappeared, I got out with Derek, shifting into Brutus. He shifted into Gandalf, and we started scenting the area. I picked up the scent of another wolf. It didn't smell rogue, but it didn't smell right either. I called Bella over, knowing she won't shift, but she scented anyway. Walking away from the scent, I came upon the place Amber could no longer be smelled. Bella walked in a large circle, moving in smaller and smaller ones, until she stood in the center. This is where she was taken from. I smell the shadow man, and I smell a witch. The scent doesn't make sense to me, because it isn't supposed to exist anymore. We need Alexander and Helena now. I had already dialed Alex. As soon as she said she smelled the shadow man, I told him what was going on and what his sister thought, and he immediately jumped into action, saying he will see us in about a half hour. So now we wait. Alexander pulls up with Baron and Helena. Bella grabs my hand, and we walk over to walk them over where the magic signature is. Bella looks at Alex. Can you smell that? It is the shadow man, isn't it? He shifts and immediately scents. When he hits where the smell is strongest, Idris growls loudly and pounces back at Bella. With her whispering, she's okay. Helena did the same circle down. When she reached the spot where she could read whoever it was that used magic, she gasped. Bella said, Yeah, Aunt Helena. Imagine my surprise when I found the signature of a dead woman. Care to enlighten us? Why is Adelaide's magic signature here? I went livid. What? Are you telling me a dead witch did this? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Protecting her, my ass. Lying by omission is still lying. You know that, right? You and your whole family have put Bella in danger by omission. You're right, baby. There is no such things as coincidences, and we are getting answers. Helena said, I have to talk to my sister, and your mom will be back tomorrow evening. We will run this down. There has to be a logical explanation. And I said, right, because everything that's happening makes sense, right? Logical. There is nothing logical about this. Alexander said, Aunt Helena, we will all meet in the conference room at 7 tomorrow evening. We had better get answers. This keeping things away from us has endangered Bella. No more. I will call Granddad right now. I want to update him anyway. All of us went over to where the scent disappears. Bella answers. She didn't open a portal. She teleported, which means they aren't far away. We need to get some drones up. Have them check in a 50-mile perimeter from right here. They're holed up somewhere not too far from here. Look for a centrally localized area, close to both PAX and the university. Jackson said he would arrange that right now. Kendrick reminded him, They needed the infrared cameras. Baron tells him, "We will get ours in the air too. We will cover more ground in a joint effort." This bastard has ducked and dodged enough. None of this makes sense. Seriously, a dead fucking witch, and we are flying blind. It's crazy. Bella shrugs, saying, "Unless we are told the complete truth as my parents know it, it's going to take a lot of research and investigation to figure it out. It makes absolutely no sense that a dead witch pops up nearly 18 years after her death was witnessed. Unless, oh my goddess, Helena, did that bitch of a witch have kids? You said that Alpha Rogue, or whatever, was her mate. Does she have a daughter? Or a son? Either way, that has to be the answer. She had a kid."
Chapter 18, She Might Not. Alexander's POV.
I am so angry. I tried to be diplomatic, fair-minded. I tried walking a mile in my parents' shoes. I am trying to understand. Now that Bella has been attacked twice, by the same man, mind you, and there is an Adelaide-smelling witch running with him, makes this directly related to her kidnapping. I can't wait to hear whatever genius plan they have all put together in case the kidnapper ever showed back up. I called Granddad. When he answered, I let him know there's going to be a meeting here at 7 after Mom and Dad get here. There have been some repercussions in the abduction of my sister, and she is in danger. Granddad caught his breath and demanded, "What's happened? Is Bella all right?" I simply responded, "Be here for the meeting, please," as her granddad, not the king, and hung up. Baron and I joined Ella and Anna in the study. They asked if Bella was okay, together, which is always strange. But I adore how much they love her and worry over my sister. I lift Ella and kiss her, before sitting with her in my lap. I tell them what we discovered, and how Bella thinks the dead witch might have a kid. Anna asked, "And you think this hypothetical kid is working with Shadow Man?" I choke on a chuckle because Bella has everyone calling the rogue Shadow Man, even me. Baron nods, saying his scent was there, all around where that amber chick disappeared, along with that witch's magic signature. Together they jump in with their strangely disjointed conversation that finishes each other's thought. Hear me out. What if? And it's a big if. But suppose Shadow Man and the witch are one and the same? Like, yes, Adelaide and the rogue had a kid, but the kid is a male? They finish the thought together, and Baron and I look at each other, then grin. You beautiful geniuses, I think it's a good possibility, and would explain why his scent is off. A male witch has a distinct underlying scent of burnt ash, like his clothing has been singed. Let's call Kendrick and Bella. Getting them on the phone, it was obvious I woke them. Oops. Kendrick growled, "Bro, it's nearly midnight. I told you seeing you earlier counted." I chuckle at him. Yeah, grumpy Gus. But our girls have an excellent idea that you need to hear. Where's Bells? I hear her sleepy voice. I'm here, yet ass. I grinned at her cranky face. We were talking about Shadow Man's scent being different. A little off, right? To me, he smells like wolf, with a burnt smell, like a 3-day-old campfire kind of burnt. Not strong, but there Bella sat straight up in the bed, going with that idea. That would make him a sorcerer, if he's not Adelaide's son. Then he is a very close relative. Carrying her signature scent means she transferred her magic to him before she died. Kendrick says, that makes sense. But wouldn't that mean whatever magic she siphoned from you would go to whomever she transferred her magic to? I shake my head. No, siphon magic is stolen. Upon the death of the thief, the stolen magic returns to the original possessor. If the original owner is dead, it returns to the earth. We talked a few more minutes, then we all decided to get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a long night. After lunch, a commotion out front had us all stepping outside. I was bombarded by two 5-year-old dynamos by the names of Daniela and Gabriella. I lifted them both in my arms for butterfly kisses, while they giggled. When they spotted Ella and Anna, I became chopped liver. Aiden walked over and mutters, "Yeah, being guys, we don't count in their world." I laughed and hugged my little brother. "Damn boy, you're tall as hell. Mega growth spurt, right?" I remember when I had mine. Shot up 7 inches in 2 weeks. Pissed Bella off. "It's cool, but painful. Am I right?" He grimaced as he nodded. "Yeah, still in it. Woke up to another inch this morning. My muscles are struggling to keep up. Spending all day just stretching." I laugh, remembering those days. I look at my parents, and they sheepishly say, "We need to talk." Oh, now they want to talk. Nodding at them, I say, "Granddad and Grandmom will be here soon. Aunt Helena and Uncle Max are already here. I have set the meeting for 7, after dinner." Mom says, "Good. Now I must see Bella. Your father and I want to apologize." I tell her, "Bella isn't here. She hasn't told me if she's coming or will be here via FaceTime." And waited for the explosion. And it came from Dad. "What do you mean she's not here? Where is she? It's dangerous for her to be wandering around. What of her mate? Where is he?" I smirk at him. "Yep, we know how dangerous it is, Dad. She's faced 2 abduction attempts the last 6 months. Not knowing who or why put her in interminable danger. As for her mate, she lives with him. She is safer there than here at the moment." Mom gets teary-eyed and whispers, "I really messed up this time, didn't I? This is on me, Alexander. It was my decision, and I did what I thought was best. I wanted my babies to grow up happy, and I needed you to feel safe. Should we have sat you down and told you everything before now? Absolutely. And for the first time in my life, I was a coward. I kept pushing off telling you because I was afraid of exactly this. Your anger, your resentment. Blame me, not your dad, not your family. This was my call, and I accept full responsibility for the brunt of your anger." Dad pulls her into his arms and kisses the top of her head. "We made this decision together. I alpha commanded the pact to never speak of it to you. I agreed to allow your memory to be altered. So, take your anger out on me, but don't purposely hurt your mother. I won't allow that." I hugged both of them, telling them I am angry at the situation we find ourselves in. I am hurt that we weren't apprised of a potentially dangerous man out there hunting my sister. I also understand. If it was my child, I would do anything and everything in my power to keep them safe and happy. That being said, we should have been told. I love you both. Our family is strong. We will get through this. We went inside, and I introduced my parents to me mate and her sister. Immediately, my mom took the girls away to discuss the Luna and Beta ceremonies, wondering if they should happen in 2 weeks. On the blue moon. I like the idea. My twin and I having our ceremonies on the same night? She might not, though.
Chapter 19, Hypnosis.
It's barely 5 o'clock, and I have whined Kendrick's ear off for the better part of the day. On the one hand, I am excited to see my parents and siblings. On the other hand, I am dreading this meeting. I have wishy-washied my way into convincing myself that I need to hear what they have to tell us face to face, only to talk myself into video chat instead. My sweet mate has been nothing but supportive, agreeing with me each time I changed my mind, finally settling on being there in person. Physically hugging my little brother and sisters having been the deciding factor. We are nearly at Sterling Moon's pack house. Kendrick was holding my hand, smoothing small circles on my skin with his thumb. He whispers, "I am here. I will always be here. And if you fall apart, I will collect all your pieces and put you back together. I love you, Bella, more than I ever thought possible. And I fall harder every day." I snuggled close and held him tightly. "Thank you for being you, for being here, for always loving me through it. I love you so much. Leaning on you makes today easier. Before I can get out, Gabriella and Daniela tackled me, knocking all of us to the ground. They both begin chattering, like Ella and Anna, about their magic coming in, and they have different gifts. Together, they will make powerful witches. They are like Ella and Anna, inasmuch as their mates will either be twins, brothers, or close like Alex and Baron. My mama and daddy are standing on the steps with Aiden and Alexander. Seeing tears in my mother's eyes did me in. I ran to them both and felt their arms wrap around me. At the end of the day, they are my parents, my family. They love me, and I know that I love them. This is just a bump in the road. We all walk inside to have dinner together. I hug Ella and Anna, punched Baron, and hugged Alex. Aiden is nearly as tall as Daddy now, uselessly tall. I hug him, and he lifts me in his arms like I weigh nothing. My little brother, little, lifts me and spins me around, like it's nothing, and I'm sad all over again. I have missed him so much. I notice Granddaddy and Grandmom are already here too. I am past ready to get this meeting over with. We eat dinner, feeling a false sense of camaraderie. Knowing our discussion is of such a serious nature is weighing on our light conversation. My body is vibrating with anxiety, and Kendrick just lifts me from my seat, putting me in his lap. Nothing is ever as bad as our minds imagine it to be. We build it up in our heads, and it overwhelms us. Quiet your mind. Slow your breathing. Realize you know more than you think already. Your parents are going to fill in the blanks. That is all. He's right. I am blowing it up in my mind and letting my emotions get the better of me. If I approach this with an analytical mind, instead of an emotional one, I will handle it better. I meditate a few minutes to separate my emotions and allow my brain to break it down. Everyone is seated in the conference room, waiting on my parents to arrive. When they do, Daddy has a file box in his hands with a serious look on his face. He sets it on the table and says, "This is every detail we have. From the moment Bella's abduction happened to the last information we had on the Rogue Alpha. We still do not know his name, but his description is in there. The sightings there have been of him over the years. Everything we know." I reach for the box, and it is full of files. I lift them out, and at the bottom of the box is a baby's nightgown and a little blanket. Angelica flashes a memory, and a sharp pain rushes through me. I nearly faint from the pain. Kendrick catches me. Babe, are you okay?" He gives me a glass of water. After sipping a bit, I whisper, "These are mine. I was wearing this when I was taken, and when I was found." My mother's eyes shifted to Grandmom's, and Helena says, "It seems you have some latent memories. That is amazing." I snap. "It isn't my memory. It is Angel's, and it hurt her when it flashed. So now tell me, what the fuck was that? Taking my memories caused my wolf pain?" Mama tells us, "As young as you both were, we didn't realize your wolf was already present. Your memory of the event was removed. But if Angelica just flashed on a memory, then she was already with you and lived what you lived, and has suppressed the memory of it. We can probably coax it out of her. Then we would have a detailed description of what went on. Am I hearing this right? Is she out of her mind? Did you not hear me? I said it hurt her, caused her physical pain. Why would I force her to relive something that hurts her?" Kendrick tries calming me down. When Grandmom speaks, "Bella, you know wolves shift at the age of 14. We had no reason to suspect Angelica was already with you, which now poses an entirely different set of problems." Granddaddy took up the rest of her thought. "If Angelica was already with you, and she felt your pain, the danger surrounding you, she may have shifted to protect you. If she did, then that man knows you are the next generation white wolf." Alexander snarls, "So, This prick has been trying to get Bella back in his clutches all this time, and we know virtually nothing about him. She has always been in danger, all along. And the two of you left on your world tour, still believing our ignorance was our bliss? I can't help but wonder, Mom and Dad, what if the call to bring you home hadn't been for information, but to rescue my twin? How would you assuage your guilt in that scenario? Daddy speaks sternly. Boy, you were just told we didn't know Bella had her wolf. If we had known that, it may have changed the way we handled things. I understand your frustration. You may be alpha, but I am still your father, and you will mind your tone. I whispered, just stop. The damage is done and in the past. We now have to decide how we move forward from here. Angel wants to know how we can access her memories. Aunt Helena says hypnosis.
Chapter 20, obviously their son. Kendrick's POV.
I literally sneer. That's a whole lot of nope right there. You want to hypnotize Bella and access Angelica's memory? After all of you have already taken the decision that her memories are harmful, painful, and frightening? Bella strokes my back, saying quietly, let's do it now. Then we can process the information in those files and compare them to my memories. Alex and I are looking at each other with furious looks. This is insane. Angel is willing to feel the pain, just so we have answers. Lauren is telling us what will happen. Bella, once you are under the hypnotic spell, I will call Angelica forward. She will feel sleepy, and that's normal. Doing that suppresses her pain neurons and will make it easier for her. Your mom will be ready with her sketch pad to draw whatever Angel remembers. I am still full of a shitload of nope, but I will support my mate in whatever she decides. Alexis looks at me, saying, Kendrick, I want you on the sofa, your back against the arm. Bella, relax your body against him and wrap his arms around you. His wolf will provide Angel with the security she will need to tell her story like I would be anywhere else. The lights are dimmed and several candles lit around the sofa as Helena starts a chant. Within moments, Bella's body relaxed and Lauren speaks, Angelica, Angel, awaken and look at your king. Her eyes spring open, literally glowing a deep purple. Swirling silver glistens in them. He gasps and says, my angel, you are the goddess's chosen child. Your eyes are the swirling galaxies of legend. He spins around and asks, why did I not know this? Alexis, this complicates things further. Why would you not mention this to me? Alexis starts to tear up again. We didn't know, Daddy. We only ever saw her eyes in the half-light of the training center. All that aside, what the fuck? What legend, Daddy? How is she the goddess's chosen? What does that even mean? I speak up. This is a titillating conversation, but can we listen to Angelica right now? Put a pin in the chosen legend discussion for later. Everyone agrees, and Lauren commands Angel to summon her memories. It's dark where I am. I can hear crying. In my head, I think. Then I feel pain. My whole body hurts. I can hear voices. A man yelling to take me back. The king will kill them both. Now a woman. She tells him she will take me back once she has all my power. Then a stick, a pinprick, something sharp in my skin, making my whole body burn. Chanting. It feels as though all the blood is being sucked from my body. More crying, sobbing. That's my human? These people are hurting my human? Opening my eyes, I see we are in a cabin, and I am squirming on a table. Straps hold me down. My human is scared and sad. The witch slaps Bella's face, yelling, shut up. Then another slap. I awake another time. Bella is crying. We are thirsty, hungry, more yelling to shut up and slapping. She takes a red glowing stick with a disc and presses it into Bella's thigh. It burns, so bad, and my human screams. The next time I come forward, The witch and man are arguing again. He wants to drop me off somewhere. Said we are being searched for. She tells him she can't take all my power until the sigil brand remains. That my body heals it and refuses to accept her brand. I don't know how many days this goes on. I awaken to more yelling. This time, it's different. There is a boy older, maybe 5, sitting on the floor, across the room from the table I am strapped to. He's eating a sandwich. The man slaps the woman, telling her this is the last day. Either she succeeds or they dump me somewhere away from here. Coming over to Bella, she sticks another needle in her skin, then turns to the fireplace, pulling out the glowing stick, starts burning Bella with it. First one leg, then the other, back to the first. When she pressed it into Bella's belly, I shifted. The straps fell away, and I lunged for that witch's throat. That awful man caught me up and said, "It can't be, you don't exist." And he threw me across the room. He told the witch, "Her parents are nearly here. We are leaving now." But the witch demanded they stay, saying she knows she can siphon my power. He just grabs the boy and storms out of the cabin. She tried to brand me 2 more times, and I had already shifted back. I couldn't help anymore. I was too tired. She finished speaking and collapsed against me. I watched her parents' faces, and seeing the expression, I knew they were horrified. Alexander and Baron were both openly crying. She was a baby, and she was tortured. Even her family didn't know to what extent. Olivia says that explains a lot. The weight loss, the bruises, the red marks on her thighs. Why didn't the sigil brand hold? It should have, simply because of her age. So, how was she able to prevent it? Lauren says she is the legend, the chosen child of the moon goddess, and if I remember the legend correctly, she is the next goddess. Helena, we need to speak with Selene and Hecate. Please send a missive. My mate is not only the princess and heir apparent to the throne, she is the next moon goddess? Holy shit. Our lives just got a whole lot more complicated. This whole time, her parents remained silent. As Bella stirred awake, she looked at Alexis and said, "Hand me a sketchbook." Less than an hour later, we were looking at 3 very lifelike drawings of a man, woman, and child. The man looked tall, brown wavy hair, a long nose flared at the nostrils, brown eyes, a cleft in his chin. The woman had dirty blonde hair to her shoulders, pretty, with green eyes and dimples in her cheeks. It was the child that drew my attention. His hair was darker than the mother's, but lighter than the man's, a mousy brown. His eyes were the green of the woman's. With the dad's nose, he had her dimples and his cleft. Obviously their son.
Chapter 21. It's enough for one night.
My head is foggy, and I am feeling grateful for my parents now. They did protect me from so much. The fear I could feel when Angel relived her memories were so real. I was back in that cabin, feeling everything. I am glad I haven't had to live with those memories. I just want to sleep, but I need to be present. And we need to know everything there is to know. Granddaddy holds the drawing of the man. He stares at it a long time. Finally, he says, "I think I know this man." He looks like a frame carpenter who lives in the kingdom, pulling his phone out. He calls Charles and tells him to get Theo Simmons and bring him through the portal in his office to Sterling Moon. 15 minutes later, they stepped into the room and I jumped up, my chair skittering backwards. He looks like my kidnapper. Daddy says, "Please take a seat. We have a few questions for you." And the poor man looked scared to death. My grandfather took over the questioning, sliding the drawings over to Theo. "Who is this man?" And without hesitation, Theo says, "My brother Avery. The woman is his mate, Addie, and this is their son, Ethan." Granddaddy nods. "Same last name, I presume. Where is he and the boy now?" Theo clears his throat and tells us Avery was killed about 3 years ago. He went rogue when you removed Jeremiah from the throne. I had heard he and some of his rogue friends attacked Harvest Moon and got into a scuffle with some kids at a lake. He was killed, but Ethan escaped. I don't know where Ethan is staying now. They used to have a cabin, maybe 60 miles northeast of Sterling Moon. May I ask what this is about? Kendrick responds, You may not. We do thank you for sharing what you know, and it's safe to assume you aren't involved, so you are free to go. And just like that, Charles took him back to the kingdom. Alexander says, So, Avery is dead, killed by one of us the day of our high school graduation. Karma is a beautiful thing. But Ethan lives. He is stalking Bella, and he has Amber. That crazy chick. 2 questions weigh heavy. What does he want with Bella? And where does Amber fit in? I softly say, he just sat on the floor, eating his sandwich, staring at me. He didn't speak. His eyes never wavered from my face. Even when his father flung me into the wall, he just stared silently. Seeing it in my mind's eye now, it was unnerving. Daddy says, Bella's favorite quote of no such thing as coincidence rings truer now than ever before. Avery Simmons kept his distance after his mate was executed. As far as we know. What if he didn't, though? What if he has been watching from a distance all that time and decided that day presented an opportunity for him to kidnap Belle again? Making a miscalculation in traversing Kendrick's pack to get to ours? What if his death, and Adelaide's death, prompted a need to avenge them? In the silently staring sun, it's feasible to believe he sees Bella as the catalyst for the loss of both his parents. Pissed, I snap. There's a possibility this guy blames me for the psychotic actions of his deranged parents. That's bullshit. And if that is actually the case, then I say bring it on, Fuker. I refuse to cower in fear. I absolutely will not sit around, twiddling my thumbs, worrying when he will strike again. Alexander then asks, going on the premise of no coincidences, how does Troy Calhoun fit into this? He fixated on Bella at my Ascension reception, then stalks her for months, just to back down when Granddad calls him on it. It's not making sense. He had an agenda. To just give that up makes no sense. I agree. I believe the time has come for Alpha Troy to be summoned to an audience with the king. Just my opinion. Maybe there's something there. Maybe not. But I agree with Alex. He had planned forcing a mate mark on me, right up to the day of my graduation. Then he just decides to forget about it. He's right. It doesn't make sense. Kendrick says, it makes sense if we believe in conspiracy theories. Let's look at it this way. Adelaide said she was mated to the rogue Alpha. Obviously, Theo and Avery are brothers. The resemblance is uncanny. Theo's aura was the strength of a worker, an Omega. That would bring us to assume Avery's aura was the same, meaning Ethan's would be slightly higher due to his witch's blood. What if somehow, somewhere along the way, Troy and Ethan meet up, maybe in high school, something like that. They're about the same age. They then become acquaintances, maybe even friends. Ethan mentions Bella to him, something along the lines of wanting to abduct her, and they make a plan. Send Troy to the Ascension to scope out your defenses. Find out how well Bella is protected. But Troy sees her and decides he wants her too. Now, we have 2 psychopaths chasing their tails to see who gets her first. As far as Amber goes, for all we know, one of those idiots might be her true mate. Our best hope at protecting Bella is to have our mating ceremony, which means tightening security to the max. Granddaddy says, we have a blue moon ceremony in 2 weeks. We need to hold both Luna ceremonies on the same night. Let's get through that, while sending trackers and hunters to search for Ethan and Amber. I believe while you ladies get those plans in motion, the men will portal to Calhoun's pack and have a little confab. I don't want him aware of it. He's cunning, and to summon him gives him time to fabricate lies and make a plan. Baron says Jake and Corey are both getting teams together to scout and track Ethan's scent. They will be ready to move out in a couple hours. I don't know if you want to visit Troy tonight, but it's already nearly 10 o'clock. I shake my head. If y'all are going tonight, I am going to sit this one out. Angel is passed out from exhaustion, and my entire body is crying for sleep. I am going to sleep in my old room. Smiling, I kissed Kendrick and told him to join me when he was ready. Then I kissed my family and headed upstairs. It's enough for one night.
Chapter 22, No Second Chances. Kendrick's POV.
Lauren decided we go tonight. Olivia, Helena, and Alexis all decided that only Alexis will go to maintain the portal. The 10 of us step through, right onto the front steps of Calhoun's pack house. The king, being the king, decides knocking is unnecessary and walks straight in, yelling for Troy. We hear him scrambling down the stairs, trying to get his pants done up. Looks like he's been caught in flagrant delicto and is trying not to let us know. Oops, he regains his poise. Well, as much as he possesses, and asks what he owes this honor to. Lauren sneers. Cut the crap, Calhoun. I am giving you 10 seconds to tell me what you know about Ethan Simmons and where he is. Once that time is up, we will tear this place apart to find evidence of how the two of you are connected. Troy stammers. He's just a guy I have known since high school. I don't know where he's at. I haven't seen him in years, Alexis says, lies. Your voice pitched higher, and your vocal cords vibrated on your last two statements. Troy tried again. I haven't talked to him in several weeks. If he's not at his cabin, I don't know where he is. He doesn't come to my pack anymore. And the last time I physically saw him was the night after Alexander Sterling's Ascension ceremony. We had a falling out. Blake jumps on that. A falling out. An argument. Over which one of you were going to kidnap my daughter. Is that what you fought about? Anything less than full disclosure at this point will sign your death warrant. You had better tell us everything you know. He sighs. Yes, okay? He wants her. I was to go to the ceremony and figure out the best way to get her alone. He stayed in the shadows all night. But Bella was having none of it. She called me out on my pickup lines, caught me watching her, and made sure she was never alone. I couldn't get near her. She intrigued me, and I started formulating a plan to make her my mate. Ethan got pissed about it. We argued, and he threatened to kill me. After that, I didn't see him for several months. I spotted him outside the university one afternoon, staring at Bella with several of her friends. I had been checking on her from time to time, but I knew I had to step up my game. I tried to take her one late afternoon a couple weeks later, but she beat the shit out of my guys. Then I heard through the grapevine that someone had tried to attack her a couple times to kidnap her. Knowing graduation was approaching, I tried to enlist Alpha Kendrick's help in stopping her motorcade and taking her then. When he refused, and he told me her mate had already found her, I backed off. It would be an exercise in futility to try, once she mated. I called Ethan to tell him the news, and he went batshit crazy, screaming into the phone, accusing me of ruining his life, blaming her mate on me. I heard a snap and the phone went dead. I tried calling back, but it went to voicemail. I tried again a few days later, and it said it was disconnected. That's all I know. When the king called, I had already decided to cut my losses and give up. Alexis had watched and listened carefully throughout his diatribe against Ethan. You were pretty quick to throw Ethan under the bus. Although most of what you said was true, you haven't quite given up the idea of having my daughter as your forced mate. That is an act punishable by death. Kendrick, Is there something you'd like to say, son? Troy's eyes shift to me as I grin. Yes, Troy, the day you sat in my office, spewing all that bullshit about you and your mate having had a disagreement. I sat, knowing every bit of it was a lie. Bella is my mate. My true mate, given by the goddess herself. You know me. You fear me. Rightfully so. I will not think twice about killing you if I ever even hear of you speaking her name again. Alexander says, that goes for me too. My sister is not a plaything to be fought over by two men acting like children. Now it's time to tell us everything you know about Ethan Simmons, where his cabin is, how many troops he has at his command, and what his plans are now. Troy yells, I don't know his plans. I was a junior when he was a senior. It was cool. The bad boy of the school wanted to be my friend. I was an alpha to be. But Ethan was the cool kid. Everybody wanted to be friends with him. They wanted to be him. All the girls wanted to be with him, tail chasing him for miles. And he never dated a one of them. He lived with his dad in a little 2-bedroom cabin. It's close to no man's land. 60, maybe 70 miles to the northeast of Sterling. About 100 miles from here. I've only been there twice. Ethan is a very private person. Quiet. He doesn't overshare anything about his life. His mother died when he was a kid. His dad was an alcoholic, always ranting about a goddess's legend. But Ethan would always just say he was rambling and never make sense. That's it. I got nothing else. Alexis tells us all of what he just said is truth, as best as he knows it to be anyway. I nodded and reminded him, mind what I told you, Troy. Ever come near my mate again. Other than events, I will kill you. That isn't a threat. That is my promise to you. Best heed it. Lauren stood, Troy. If I hear you have tried forcing a mate bond on anyone, I will end you without a second thought. You need to take a sabbatical and search for your true mate. You will find the feeling of being with her is better than anything you have ever known. Everyone here can tell you that. Bring yourself back to the straight and narrow, boy. Stop wasting your time wanting what isn't yours. We moved to leave. Walking out the front door, Alexis opened the portal, and as we were all stepping through, I heard Blake say, You've been warned, boy. There will be no second chances.
Chapter 23. Beef Up Security.
These last 2 weeks have been so hectic. Tomorrow is the big day, and I'm excited. Sleeping with Kendrick every night, wanting him so badly. But we both have fought it. He said he wants our first time to be perfect. I just want it. Perfect, be damned. Ella and Anna are hanging their dresses in my closet. We decided that, since the ceremony is here, at Sterling Moon, her Luna ceremony, then Anna's Beta ceremony should happen before mine. Grandmom said my ceremony has to happen when the moon is at its apex. A blue moon is a double blessing, and since Aunt Helena had spoken to Mother Moon, everything about the ceremony has been kept from me. Even my gown. I have tried everything to get information from everybody. I whined and wheedled. I bribed and bargained. I even resorted to alternating between anger and sucking up. Nothing. Nada. Not one freaking word. The guys have been searching for Ethan Simmons, but there has been no sign of him. They have found the cabin. Alexander is certain it's the right one because of the scent. Derek was with them and identified his sister's scent without a doubt, but no sign of them. Daddy thinks he had a contingency plan, like his father had when I was kidnapped. I had just climbed out of the shower and drying when my mom popped in. You glitched? What now? She giggles. The flowers I ordered, they came in time. And she ran out. Please, goddess, when my full power develops, don't let me glitch. It's such a part of my family that we seldom jump anymore. Just something my mom has when she gets excited. I am going to die laughing when she glitches, Kendrick. I hurried through getting dressed. The guys are going out for a few drinks, while we ladies have girls' night at home. We have snacks and wine and music and jammies. It's going to be fun, but I want to catch Kendrick before they leave. Mama said I can't sleep with him tonight, and that makes me sad. Racing down the stairs, I can hear his deep chuckle while talking to Alexander. He spotted me as I rounded the last landing, and I just jumped for him. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and my legs around his waist. He looked yummy. Tight black jeans and t-shirt, cowboy boots and leather jacket. His dark hair brushed back and moused in place, even though his unruly curls try to escape. The thought crosses me mind to run my fingers through it. Then I think, nah, better not. His hair always looks so sexy, a little mussed. And he's going to the den. That place is full of thirsty bitches. I may pull up in there and clear that place out if somebody touches him. He spun me around and whispered, I already miss you too. I pouted at him. I won't sleep at all. It's not fair I can't sleep with you. Who made that stupid rule? He laughs. Old wives made that a tradition. It is stupid, and applied to some time in the 1800s, when it was bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding. And I mean ever. Before the wedding. Arranged marriages happened all the time. And sometimes the couple was betrothed at birth. They couldn't see each other until they both stood in front of the priest. The amount of useless trivia stuffed inside this man's head. Why would you even know shit like that? He chuckles. I read a lot. It was in some book I read back in 8th grade or something. Thought it was interesting, so I retained it. I grin at him. I love you and your nerdy brain. He kisses me deeply. And I love you and your out of control magic.
Kendrick's POV.
We left the girls in the game room and headed out for a few drinks. Corey, Jackson, and Jake are excited, and I see drunk trouble in my future. Bella warned all three of them. These three, it's out of sight, out of mind. I still plan on having a few drinks and relaxing. It's been a crazy 2 weeks. Alexander got us to the den in no time, and we went straight to the VIP section, and a server met us immediately. We ordered whiskeys and told her to just bring ice and the bottles. The 3 troublemakers just started slamming them back. Alexander said, "This is going to be fun." $50 says Jake's face is slapped before 10. I grinned, "You're on." Baron jokes, "Jackson will be in the first fight." I laugh and tell him that's a given. Then a thought occurred to me. Corey is going to be stuck consoling all the drunk women who hit on us and are rejected. Because drunk girls think the words, "I have a mate," is a challenge. Shortly before 10, we hear a loud slap and a girl scream, "No, my tits don't honk, you pervert." And it certainly doesn't mean find out for yourself. I just pulled my wallet out and gave Alexander the 50, not saying a word. Shortly, Jake was back in the dance floor, scoping out his next victim. My eyes scanned the room for my beta. So far, so good. He's just chatting up the bartender. Nope. Spoke too soon, and I jumped the railing, making it to Jackson in 2 seconds. Just in time to see Jax punch a big old boy before kneeing him in the nuts. Damn, that's gonna leave a mark. What happened? Jackson shrugs and grins. I was having a lovely conversation with Tonka here, and this guy came up calling her a bitch, and she played him or something other. He should never call a lady a bitch. And the girl says, "Tanya." Jax asks what, and she points to herself. "My name. It's Tanya, not Tonka." Jackson shrugs, walking away mumbling, "I liked her better when she was Tonka." I turned away 2 more girls on my way back to the VIP section, only to see Corey pulling another one off Baron. I grin and say, "I would pay you the 50 for Jackson's fight, but you just have to give it back. Look over there in the corner." He turned his head and spied Corey, comforting 3 women. We laughed so much. We know our friends. We had a couple more drinks, joking and laughing, until Alexander sat straight up and sniffed the air. He's here. Somewhere. That son of a bitch is here. And we all three jump over the banister. Hitting the floor, we fan out and start our search. We looked for about 15 minutes, but the scent had dissipated. We grabbed the other guys and headed home. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Setting up more patrols. Arranging teams of 5 instead of 3. Time to beef up security.
Chapter 24. She already knows everything.
All the ladies have been in my room since just after lunch. Mama, Helena, and Grandmom have had me in a milk bath with mink oil. Then they set about painting sigils and runes on my skin with henna. Apparently, I am having a traditional witch ceremony, which falls into the category of information nobody saw fit to tell me. Helena is weaving baby's breath and lavender in the braids of my hair. Mama had already clamped the beads she thought I needed in there. My undergarments are, well, essentially non-existent. Strapless bra with demicups and a tiny white silk G-string. Then the dress. It is floor-length strapless, with a tight-fitted bodice, hugging my body to my hips, then flaring from there into a full skirt that twirls when I spin. It's white gossamer lace over chiffon, and I absolutely love it. Ella and Anna are in matching gowns. Their hair is pulled to one side, exposing their left side for the mark. Their gowns are a rose pink, with small blue flowers sequined into the bodice. The hem is a high-low style, and the waist is cinched with a Swarovski crystal belt sash. They are beautiful, but I can't stop the giggle. Y'all trying to confuse your mates even before they can mark you. Ella busted out laughing. No, and stop. You know Alex knows me with his eyes closed. We had decided I wasn't shifting tonight. Earlier in the week, we planned a pack run, but after Ethan being at the den last night, Kendrick sent word we were sitting this run out, and we'll run on our own territory tomorrow night before the feast to celebrate. I watched Alexander and Ella's ceremony from the sidelines. I couldn't see where Kendrick was anyway, so I figured I was safe from any bad luck from an old wives' tale. Jackson was standing off to my right and Jake on my left. I was left nowhere alone, especially after last night. As soon as Alexander marked Ella, Baron stood waiting for Anna to walk down the aisle. Uncle Cody was escorting her. Daddy had walked Ella down. The men in our family are so kind-hearted. They stepped right in. Knowing Ella and Anna had lost their parents after they were ascended to their ranks, I felt their bond snap into place, and I smiled. Unfortunately, my bond to the pack will break once I become Luna. Only my familial bonds will remain. My bond to Harvest Moon will fill the void quickly, so there's little to no pain. My dad walked up to me, smiling. Are you ready? He looked so handsome. I am so proud of my family. They are my world. Even with our ups and downs, we always find our way back to happiness. That's what family does. I smile at him and nod. Yes, Daddy, I am. Kendrick is my everything. The moon was nearly dead center in the sky as we started walking up the aisle to meet the man of my dreams and become his Luna. My eyes are trained on him as he turns to greet me. His smile widens and his eyes go glassy. He is the most beautiful man I have ever laid eyes on. I tear up, but I smile back.
Kendrick's POV.
This has been an interminable day. I tried 7 ways from Sunday to stay busy, and I still couldn't stop missing my Belle. I couldn't even hear her voice. We did manage to get a couple texts to each other before they took her phone. Stupid tradition. Alexander and Baron's ceremonies are over, and now everyone has turned to face the door Bella will come through. Except me. Lauren won't let me turn until she reaches the stairs. Again, stupid fucking tradition. He finally let me turn around. My breath caught at the sight of her stunning beauty. Her gown looks to be made of a sheer lace over a shimmery fabric. Her shoulders, chest, and arms are all henna tattooed with, I'm assuming, the sigils of Helena's coven. Her hair is braided in two in the front, tied into a larger braid, hanging down her back. Flowers and beads adorn her head, the beads clinking together in soft sounds, and she is the most gorgeous creature in this or any other universe. Thank you, goddess. I am a lucky man. I reach my hand out for her to take, and Blake looks me dead in the eye. I ain't saying shit, you already know. I nodded and swallowed a little harder than I planned. Yeah, I already know. Lauren performed the same ceremony as he had for Alexander and Ella. When Bella repeated her oath, we clasped our sliced palms together, linking her to her new pack. I lifted her into my arms, and she wrapped her legs around my waist. I whispered, "You sink your teeth into me first. Mine are larger, and I want to cause you the least amount of pain as possible." Brutus and Angelica came forward, and all four of us marked at the same time. Then she gasped as her sigil marked her left shoulder blade. At the time it marked into my right pectoral. Well, that wasn't covered in the manual. What the fuck? Helena gasped out. That has never happened before. Her sigil transferred to you simultaneously. Olivia, come with me. We have to figure out what this means. And just as she finished speaking, Selene and Hecate both landed on the dais beside us. Selene touched my shoulder and Bella's head. My children, by now you know you are my chosen one. Many years from now, when your human body is tired and old, after you have watched your children and grandchildren grow, my time will end. Yours will begin. You will be the next moon goddess, and your mate will be with you throughout eternity. Hecate stepped forward. The sigil symbolizes your craft. It is unique to the pair of you. Bella, your full powers will awaken by dawn. Kendrick, you have been gifted with the power of healing. Your strength and power will increase. It will be a learning curve for you both. Lauren asked if there was anything we should know about Bella's power, and both goddesses laughed. That can't bode well, Hecate tells us. Have her practice in a field with plenty of open space. Bella says, hey, I control the power I have now just fine. A few adjustments, and this new stuff will fall into place. Alexander leans over and says, see? She already knows why thing.
Chapter 25. That's just Kendrick's POV.
The pack took their run, and the goddesses left. Bella and I sipped a glass of wine while we ate dinner. Everyone was arriving back by the time we had finished, so I took my beautiful mate to the dance floor. We danced. She danced with all the men in her family. But we danced again. It was getting late, and Bella was adamant our first night be spent at our home. So we said our goodbyes and headed back to Harvest Moon. In a convoy of 5 trucks, 4 of which held our best warriors. Taking no chances, we barely made it to our room before we were all over each other. I undressed her, and as her beautiful gown slipped down her luscious body, I forgot how to breathe. Standing in front of me, in the skimpiest lingerie on the planet, is my very own goddess. I slowly made love to my mate. Her body so responsive, I knew our first time wouldn't last long. Vowing to take my time with her, I let myself give in to the feelings. Nothing, absolutely nothing, I have ever read, done, or watched prepared me for the all-encompassing sensations and emotions that come from making love with your mate. Your destiny. I felt close to tears as the explosion of my orgasm rolled through me. We made love all night, and just before dawn, we let Angel and Brutus run. They played and hunted, bounding through the forest. It was their first time together, and Bella and I drifted from their consciousness, so they had their privacy. By their coupling, our mating was complete. Brutus led the way to the river, and they rested a while. He curled his huge body around her, nearly hiding her from view. She's a good-sized wolf. bit compared to Brut. She looks like a pup. They lay quietly, enjoying their time. Brutus lifts his head, scenting the air from the far side of the river. He chuffs a warning to Angel. I link her stay hidden in Brutus' fur. We have company across the river. Is it Ethan? Brutus chuffs again, signaling an affirmative. I then linked Jackson to get warriors to the river. As soon as Jackson arrived, the warriors started running the riverbank, scenting Ethan. He was there, then gone, just like that. We were getting ready to cross the river in the shallows when a long howl went out, and we could tell it was far away. Fuker ran again. We headed back to the pack house, and I called Alexander's office immediately. Blake answered, since he gave Ella and Alex a few days off. Must be nice. I told him Ethan was here, across the river on my west border. Blake reminds me, he wasn't on pack lands, Kendrick. You can't just kill him. You have to catch him in the commission of a crime. I sigh and reply, I know. I'm just frustrated. Bella doesn't need this hanging over her head. She's still reeling from the goddess's news. I hung up and summoned Jake to meet Jax and I in the office. Bella had gone to take a nap, and I will join her in a bit. But for now, I have to set a task for the guys. When Jake arrives and takes a seat, I jump right in. I want cameras all along the western borders. That bastard was close enough to our Luna this morning to scent her, if Brutus hadn't tucked her into his body and hid her. Jake reminds me we had bought quite a few infrareds a month ago when we first stepped up security. He asks, what if we build tree stands that are high enough to see past the river to the tree line? They'd be good for launching drones, for that matter. I agreed and told them to get on it. I was going to nap with my Luna.
Bella's POV.
Waking up next to my mate is the best. He was holding me against him and looked so peaceful. I lay there, with my head on his shoulder, facing his profile, and just watched him sleep. Angel says your face looks like that crazy cat lady in the apartment by university. Oh, that's mean. Who pissed on your little ray of sunshine, Miss Thundercloud? She chuckles in my head. Kendrick growls. If you keep watching me like that, I will spend the entire day ravishing you. I giggle. Promises, promises. And I jump off the bed, running for the bathroom, and he catches me before I make it. We shower together for the very first time. And let me say, best shower ever. We walk into the dining hall, and everyone was so welcoming, saying hello and congratulating us. It warmed my heart. Jackson comes in to let us know Jake needs us in the security center to check the angles of the new cameras. I look at Kendrick, and he tells me, I ordered cameras along the river, so we can keep an eye out on the other side. Makes sense. I suggest, what if I throw wards up at the riverbank? It won't stop him. But he would have to break the wards, and the sound of that will alert so loudly Alex would hear it. Kendrick grins. We need to get outside so you can practice your new powers. You may set wards that summon demons. Wait, what? That was mean. Did you and Angel get up on the same side of the bed this morning? Damned grumpy pants? And I walk outside to locate the meadow. Alexander tells him one little story, and he thinks I can't do anything right. Well, let him think it. I will show him. As soon as I figure out what powers have come in, and what ones enhanced, I walk to the middle of the clearing. I sit Indian style on the grass and summon my powers. I place my palms flat on the earth and feel her breathe. I close my eyes and listen to her speak. I begin simple. I move rocks, summon vines and roots to rise. I shift the ground and make a huge wall around me in a circle. Okay, that's pretty cool. I let my wall slide back to the earth. Then I summon the wind. Bringing in the clouds, I build a huge thunderhead. I begin twirling it, snapping lightning to the ground. Then I let go the rain, all around me, while I kept the meadow dry. My powers are the same. enhanced by quite a lot. Once I am in my art studio upstairs, I will practice my spells. Maybe my locator spells will work now, and my portals. I will know more when I try, I guess. I clear the sky and turn to walk back to the pack house when I spot Kendrick leaned against a tree drenched to the bone. I busted out laughing. Why didn't you step into the clearing where it was dry? He shrugs. I thought you were still mad at me, so I was afraid to bother you. I grinned again. That's just dumb.
Chapter 26. Thank you, Goddess. Kendrick's POV.
I spent the better part of last night apologizing to my sweet mate for teasing her about her magic mishaps. Magic mishaps, because I was told to refer to them as mishaps, not catastrophes or disasters. Mishaps. Bella is saying she's not still hurt by my words this morning, but she has pouty lips, and her little brow is furrowed, so I have my doubts. I take her in my arms and ask her, since our mating gifted me with healing, do you suppose I can cure my foot and mouth disease? She giggled. You're such a jerk. I'm trying to be mad here. I laughed and twirled her in a circle. How's that working out? She smiles a naughty smile, looking me up and down. It's not. You're too delicious. And she ran out the door. The hell? Give me a smoldering look that set my pants on fire, and she runs off. Minx. I caught up to her just before the dining hall doors. That was naughty. I may have to retaliate. She can't stop giggling as we walk in to grab breakfast. Jackson says we have some warriors wanting to transfer for training. Have they been vetted? I'm not sure I am comfortable taking in new transfers until Ethan is caught. Jackson responds, these applications are from several months back. How about you go over them with me, and we can decide if we want to accept them? I nodded, agreeing that will be first on the agenda. Bella goes to her studio. She's being secretive, so I don't know if she's working on art or magic. Guess we will know soon enough if it's magic, but I didn't say that out loud. Just thinking thoughts seems to get me in trouble. She gets frustrated, but her little mishaps are funny to the rest of us. Jackson plopped several file folders down on my desk. Looking up at him, I ask, any preferences? Who looks good to you? And has Jake gone over them? He shakes his head. I red X the ones that are a definite no. 2 are just troublemakers. Probably bullies. One didn't provide much background, and we couldn't find anything on him. So probably a fake name. A Gamma and Delta want to come for the training course. I believe they are from Red Dawn in California. We can talk to their alpha about that. Jake came in a couple minutes later, and I handed him the files. Maybe go over them with a fine-tooth comb. Before we bring in anyone new, there can be no doubt about them. I started looking over the applications we have for our Delta. Too many, hey, why don't we hold a tournament for all the Delta applicants? It would encourage a sense of accomplishment if they physically beat out the competition. Jackson got excited. That would be awesome, and a great way for the pack to deal with all this nervous energy floating around. Jake says, yeah, was wondering how to handle that. We have at least 20 men wanting that position. A tournament will be the best was to avoid a bunch of butt-thirt wine bags. Jack snickers, bro, wine bag? You are hanging out with Bella too much. Just as he said that, I jumped about 5 feet. Sitting on the floor in front of my desk was Bella. She looks at me and points her finger. Mishap. I was practicing teleporting. Less energy than a portal. But I meant to teleport to our room. I got sidetracked, I reckon. I was picturing our room. Then I pictured you in our room. Then I pictured you. And here I am. She grinned happily, and I am biting the insides of my cheeks. I nod, and I nod again. Had to turn my back a second. When I turned back around to speak, thinking the laugh was under control. Yet, when I opened my mouth to congratulate her, the laugh broke loose. She grinned. It's okay to laugh. I may never get the hang of it, I get distracted too easily, I'm thinking. I did succeed with a short portal, though. I went from the studio to the kitchen for a snack. But now Chef is mad and threatened I wouldn't get dessert. Again. Still not over the teleportation incident just now. I try asking why Chef is mad. Shrugging, she says, "One little mishap. My portal opened in the walk-in cooler." Thinking about cream puffs. There's a big old tray of them in there. I didn't know Chef would be in there too. He got scared. A little bit. Yep, a little mishap. It's fine, baby. I will give you my dessert, if Chef is still being mean. That was when Jackson and Jake couldn't hold it in anymore. She just beamed at me, hugging me, oblivious to the guys still chuckling. I pulled her into my lap and asked, "Are you still practicing or want to take a break?" Alexander texted they were all hanging around a bonfire at the lake. She jumped up. "Let me change real quick, and I'll be back." With that, she poofed out of the room. Jake says, "Who wants to put money on where she lands?" I laughed and said, "Nah, I'm sure she made it to our room. She wasn't distracted." Within minutes, she was back, dressed in yoga capris pants and an off-shoulder sweater with sneakers on. Damn, those pants. We all headed out. I decided to drive down to the lake. The truck had changes of clothes and various weaponry, in case trouble came knocking. I had Jake pack a cooler with drinks and a few snacks. He said Chef is still grumbling about 10 years scared off his life. Dessert may be out of the question. The cookout and bonfire was in full swing by the time we arrived. Bella went straight to hugging everyone like it's been years. Her parents are going back to Italy. We all decided their trip should continue. It will keep Aiden and the twins safe. Blake came over, handed me a beer. "You know it's my job, right? No one is supposed to be good enough for my daughter. But if I had to pick someone, it would probably be you." I laughed. "Probably? I guess I can find a way to live with such an ignoble declaration. Is this where I thank you for that?" He clapped his hand on my shoulder. "Quite magnanimous of you, son. You're welcome." He walked away, leaving me to wonder what the hell that was. Bella bounced over, asking me to play volleyball on her team. Yep, she's playing front row. In those sexy as hell pants. Thank you, goddess.
Chapter 27, Red Flags All Over.
Mama and Daddy are back in Italy. Aiden wanted to stay with Alexander, but until Ethan is taken care of, I am happy they didn't let him. Alexander was relieved too. He is stepping up the search for Ethan. Unfortunately, he hasn't committed a crime that we can pin on him. Stalking me isn't considered serious enough to detain him. And since the rogue attacks were on university property, and I never actually saw Ethan's face, can't call foul. Jake and I are heading into town. Aunt Helena has another delivery, and I want pancakes. Forest Glen is a little further from our pack than Sterling Moon, but not bad. I have been practicing my magic every day. It is still supremely powerful, and I have a tendency to underestimate its strength. Luckily, though, I have been able to repair most of what I damage. Several hours, swearing and sweating. Later, we're finished and I'm famished. Uncle Max sees us walk in, and within minutes, I am digging into a large stack of chocolate chip pancakes, drowning in syrup and whipped cream. The last few days, I have been noticing I am developing cravings, so I'm going to take a pregnancy test today. When we get home, I hugged my aunt and uncle, and we headed out. 10 minutes into the ride, Jake tells me to call Kendrick. I dialed his number, and as soon as he picked up, Jake blurted, "We've picked up a tail. 2 dark blue Land Rovers, less than a mile behind us on Route 39. Send units to intercept." I am balls to the wall at 110 mph right now, and we're still 20 minutes out. Kendrick asked if we were armed, and I told him my daggers are in my boots. Jake said, "I've got my sidearm, with a 14-round clip." Just hurry." We hung up, and I climbed over the seat to see if we had anything else to use for weapons. Just as we passed a crossroad, another truck slammed into our rear quarter panel, spinning us out. We lost the driver's side tire and slammed into an abutment, which sent us tumbling, and I wasn't buckled in. I woke up to darkness. My entire body ached. I asked Angel, "Are you okay?" "I'm good." "Headache? What happened?" "Not sure. We were in an accident. But I don't know where we are now. And my wrists are cuffed with iron shackles, so we have no magic." "We still have me. Let's try to reach Kendrick or Brutus."
Kendrick's POV.
I raced up Route 39, watching for Bella's Jeep. When we finally spotted it, it was on its side. Jake was strapped in and unconscious. We pulled him free, and I set about healing him the way Bella taught me. Jackson walked back over and said, "Luna has been taken. There doesn't seem to be a blood trail, so I believe her injuries to be more minor than Jake's." Alexander and Baron were waiting for me by the time we returned. At my questioning look, he muttered, "Twin link." I felt her pain. She is either unconscious right now or too far away to mind link. "What do we know?" I sighed. "Let's get comfortable. I am waiting for Jake to be checked out by Doc." They called me about 10 miles out of Forest Glen. Said they had picked up a tail. 2 Land Rovers, dark blue, chasing them. That's all I know at the moment. Brutus is going absolutely nuts. And before you ask, Ethan's scent was all over the scene. Alexander is pacing, and I know he is trying to link Bella. I know, because I haven't stopped trying. Jake walks in, still a little bruised, but looking okay. He said, "A black Dodge Ram came from the crossroad and slammed into us." Luna had crawled into the back seat, searching for weapons. She wasn't buckled in. As we rolled, she was thrown all over that Jeep. I lost consciousness just as the back passenger door was yanked off. That's it. That's all I know. I told Alexander to call the king and get Helena here as soon as possible. We have to do a locator spell. With Ethan being a half sorcerer, we don't have any clue how talented he is, or how strong. Jackson, send tracking teams out in all directions. I doubt he has her at the cabin, knowing we know where it is, but send them there first. We moved into the War Command Center. I want to be able to see all the monitors of the drone footage. I am barely hanging on to my temper by a thread. I snarl. He has to have been close enough to watch her this whole time. This is the first time she's left the house in 2 weeks. The only people who knew where she was going is Jake, Jax, and me. "Jake, did you notice any cars following you into town?" He sat a few minutes, racking his brain. No one followed us in. Now that I am thinking about it, though. When we went to the diner, 2 men stood and left after we sat down. I remember thinking it odd because they left their food, just threw some money on the table and walked out. Lauren and Olivia stepped through a portal with Helena and Max. Lauren immediately asked, "What do we know? Are we certain it is the Simmons boy?" I told him we know it is him, beyond a hint of doubt. And I asked Max about the 2 men in the diner. He told us, "Access my security cameras. Here's the code. Let's take a look at these guys." I didn't pay attention. I was back of the house today. Martha was on service. Jake worked his magic and had the camera footage running in no time. Sure enough, the 2 men came in and sat. One of them had a folder that he would open and look at every now and then. Martha served them coffee, then wrote down their order. She was just delivering their food when I see Bella and Jake walk in. The 2 men stared intently a brief moment. The one opened the folder and said something to the other one. Then they walked out. Lauren snarls, "Sure looks like a stakeout to me." "How often do you have strange customers, Max?" He shrugs. "It varies. once or twice a week, sometimes every other day. People passing through. Lone wolves from the next town over. Like I said, it varies, not frequently enough to raise any red flags. I say, red flags all over right now.
Chapter 28. We take it to the public.
I have barely slept. My one eye is swelled shut, so that's fun. I have no idea what time it is. Mind linking has proven to be a false hope. I think wherever I am. The room is spelled to prevent my communicating with Alex or Kendrick. I can hear arguing. That's been going on for a while. There seems to be 2 males and 1 female, fighting over what to do with me. Here's an idea. Turn me loose, and you might survive. Maybe. If I feel exceptionally generous. Which I am not feeling. Not at all. I'm cranky as fuck. My body aches. I am chained to a wall. I am thirsty. I'm hungry. And I have to pee. If they think to frighten me, they are failing miserably. They are, however, succeeding at pissing me off. I hear the key turning in the lock. When the door opens, a she-wolf stands there. She's a little unkempt, like she could use a good hot shower. She screws her face up and growls. Surprised to see me? I smile at her, which probably looks like a grimace on my swollen face. Not surprised a bit. I might be, a little bit surprised, if I even knew who the fuck you are. But since I don't, nope, can't say I'm surprised. She stomps over and slaps me. In the face. On my swollen eye, Angelica nearly loses it. But I managed to pull her back. I snarled, "That's 1, bitch. Best hope you don't get to 3. Thinking she's smart, she asks, "And if I do?" "Oh, try me, bitch." I reply, "3 means I kill you. Satan himself won't stop me." Ethan steps into the room. Damn, he's tall. Lanky, though. Kendrick has him by a good 4 inches and probably 60 pounds. I smirk. Tell your whore to keep her hands off me, or she will lose them first. He just shrugs and takes her arm, dragging her out. What the hell? I'm kidnapped and the only person to speak wants to throw hands. I'm seriously getting aggravated now. I start yelling, "Hey, dickweed, I have to pee." I wait several minutes, then yell it again, and so on, until Angel says maybe don't call him dickweed. Well, he should answer. What should I call him then? I won't respect him enough to call him Ethan. I don't know. Let's throw some out there and see which one we like best. I'll start. A swipe. Not harsh enough. Dicklicker. That one's not bad. Douche-a-nozzle. Douche-a-nozzle for the win. Ding ding. And I laugh out loud. I love my girl. I yell, "Yo, douche-a-nozzle, I have to pee." Finally, he comes in, unchains me from the wall, and snaps cuffs into place on both wrists. He leads me into a hallway. 2 doors down, he shoves me inside. Ah, a toilet and a sink. I turn the faucet on, letting it run while I do my business. While sitting there, I tried linking Kendrick. Still nothing. Then I wash my face and hands, before scooping water up to drink. Once I was satisfied, I knocked on the door. Since the fuker locked it from outside, he drags me back down the hall, slams me into the wall and rechains me. He steps back and just stares at me. "Freakazoid," I tell him. "Nice place you have here. Rated a whole star, I'll bet." He turns and walks out, locking me in. Because, chained to a wall isn't enough.
Kendrick's POV.
Bella has been gone nearly 24 hours. A whole day. She's not being tortured. But I did feel a sharp pain in my cheek earlier. Alexander, and I think she was hit. Maybe slapped. And goddess help the fool. It's past dinner time, and I worry if she's being fed. If she's even conscious. I don't know what shape she's in. How bad she was hurt in the collision. And I pray, please, goddess, look after my love until I bring her home. She doesn't deserve this. Alexander comes in and asks, Any word from the teams? I tell him. I am expecting to hear back from them within the next hour or so. Are you picking up anything through your bond? Shaking his head, he says, anger. Whoever has her has pissed her off. Her face is in pain, but I don't know what that's about. She isn't frightened. More of a feeling of determination. They haven't hurt her yet, so there's that hope. I shake my head. Hurt her. They better pray they don't. Their life is forfeit. As of yesterday, how they die will be determined. Lauren walked in, followed by Jake. The teams are back. I have sent 4 more out. In a different direction. They actually tracked the scent of the 2 men from the diner. They found that, after leaving the diner, they got into a dark Land Rover with 2 other men. Video surveillance on the back of the diner caught that. Their scent was at the scene, and they tracked them almost 40 miles to another town to the east. I asked, has the town been searched? Any packs in the area? Someone knows something? And Ethan has to have had help. Lauren looks up sharply. Help? Talk to me. What makes you think that? I tell him the 2 men in the diner. They didn't smell rogue, according to Max and Jake. Jake thinks they smell like pack. But he told me that while it smelled familiar, he didn't recognize the pack scent. So, if pack members are helping Ethan, we need to focus on that. And Lauren says, maybe we need to do a press release. Get the word out there that the princess has been abducted. Offer a reward. Should have been done the first time. But I respected my daughter's wishes. I nod and tell him, I want to give it 1 more day. If we have nothing by 5 tomorrow, we take it to the public.
Chapter 29. I know the where.
Well, here I am. Again? Or still, whatever. 3rd day without food. My little sips of water aren't enough, and it's taking its toll. I have heard the men arguing. Ethan seems to believe not feeding me is going to cause me to break. The other guy, and I know I have heard his voice, keeps saying Granddaddy will kill them all, and he better do whatever he's planning soon. The girl came in the room just now, sat a plate of food on the little table, and spat out, eat. I laughed at her. Yeah, genius. I'm chained to the wall over here, and you put the food over there. Didn't think this one through, did ya? She storms over at me, with her hand raised, and I asked, going for 2? She slapped me anyway. This time, the cut above my eye busted open. I say, have I wronged you in a past life or something? For you to have such an obvious death wish in striking me makes me think this is personal for you. She screams, you stole the man who was going to mate me. Oh, light bulb moment. I smirk. So? You're Amber. Truth be told, I stole nothing. Oh my goddess, what the fuck is that smell? I sniff again and fight the urge to hurl. It's you, damn girl. Don't they have soap here? Deodorant. Body spray, even. You need something. You stink. She storms out the room, leaving me laughing. At least, they have someone I can amuse myself with. Within a couple hours, the house was quiet. Apparently, it's nighttime again. I ask Angel, can we shift? I think we can slip these chains. If we can try. They haven't done anything to us except restrict our magic. We gave it another 30 minutes, just to see if there was any noise. When there wasn't, she shifted. Swiftly and silently. Sure enough, the shackles slipped off. I shifted back, and my daggers glistened in the slight light. Fell out of my boots. Ha, now, I have a problem. I'm naked. I start searching the drawers in the dresser. I find a t-shirt and slip it on. My hands, arms, and legs are tingling, so I know my magic is regenerating. I immediately go to the plate of food and scarf it down. It tasted horrible, but I needed what little nourishment it would provide. I started searching for a way out. Then I discovered the wards. Oh, he thinks he's a smart one. Pulling out a dagger, I scratched through the runes on the windowsill. destroying them. I pry the window open and see I am on what looks like the second floor. There are bars over the window, but there is a 4-inch gap between the bars and glass. I lean my head into that gap, and immediately the fog in my brain lifted. I whisper into the link, Kendrick, can you hear me? I don't know how much time I have before I'm discovered.
Kendrick's POV.
I was just lying down to quieten my mind and hopefully sleep a couple hours before getting back at it. I feel a nudge in my head, so I open the link in case it's important, and my angel speaks. I respond, I hear you, baby. Do you know where you are? Who took you? Well, I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is I know the who. The bad news is I don't know the where. Ethan, Amber, and another man are here. The men argue constantly about what to do with me. The other guy, I know the voice. Damn. Anyway, he keeps talking about Granddaddy going to kill him when he finds out. So, my guess is Granddaddy knows him. The where is a problem. But I know a way you can help anything, baby. What do you need? Angel is going to summon Brutus. You need to lie down and close your eyes. We're going to let Brett see everything I can see, and maybe something will look familiar. I laid back and cleared my mind of everything but her. Closing my eyes, I am suddenly looking at a small room, a mattress on the floor with chains on the wall, a small dresser and a table. Then I am looking out of a 2-story window. Judging by the moon, I am looking west. Forest. Some lights in the distance indicate a pack. Towards the north, it looks like a little community of some sort. A huge parking lot with a ton of street lights. Wait a minute, baby. I think we're looking at the university. I have a good idea where you might be. Is there any way you can lay your scent down? I had to shift to loose the chains. All my shredded clothes are here. I will throw the pieces out the window. I have on somebody's t-shirt and my combat boots. I have turned into such a fashionista. I chuckle at that. She's either doing much better than I had dared hope, or she's putting on a good front. I jump out of bed and run through the house, demanding everyone meet in the war room. I am impatient now. If she is by the university, and the odds are pretty high that she is, there is only 3 packs around it. Alexander is the first to get there, and I couldn't stop my grin. Bro, she's good. She linked me. She did this weird thing where she summoned Brutus to look through her eyes. She's on the southwest side of the university, in some 2-story cabin. The rest of them walked in, and I repeated what she had told me, while Jake pulled up the map of the university and surrounding packs. And right there, to the south of the university, sat Troy Calhoun's pack. Don't worry, my belle. I got you, baby. I know the where.
Chapter 30. Until my heart can believe it.
I threw some scraps of cloth out of the window. They just fluttered to the ground. Not good enough. I took the little plate my dinner was on and tied it up inside half the shirt I had had on. Walking over to the window, I slid the plate upright through the bars and reached my right arm out. I frisbeed the plate towards the tree line. It busted on a tree, but that's even better. Now my scent is a little further out. I start looking for things to weigh the scraps down enough I can get my scent all over the territory. I took the little caster wheels off the dresser and used all 4 of them to throw in different directions. Now, even if they gather all the scraps, my scent will have settled into the earth. I ran my hands around the outside of the window as far as I could reach. That should help. Now that my magic is back, let them try to put me back in chains. Fuck that. I back the little dresser up against the wall beside the window and sit on it in the shadows, and I wait, tossing my dagger up and catching it. The dawn is breaking, and the morning light is showing what a dismal little room this is. Dawn of my 5th day. This shit ends today. I am blown away by the stupidity of these people. Underestimating a descendant of the originals, the moon goddesses chosen. At that is a huge mistake. and I am done playing by their rules. The door opens right on time. It's my usual morning pee-pee time. Oh goody, Ethan. His face shows shock when he realizes I'm not chained to the wall. He swivels his head slowly until he spots me. I smile. My mate, my brother, my grandfather the king are all going to be here shortly. You should never take what is not yours to take. Now, you can wait until my family arrives, or you can die now. He charged me, trying to get me picked up. I kicked him in the chest. He stumbled but caught his footing. He turned and charged out the door, locking me in before I even knew what happened. That fucker, he ran. He ran and locked me back in here. I walked to the door with my dagger. Checking the hinges, I began to work the pin out of it. The first two went smoothly. The third one, I couldn't reach. I pulled the table over and stood in it. Pulling the last pin, I got down, moving the table. I pried the door inward from the opposite side. Once it gave way, I was out. That's when I smelled it. Smoke, lots of it. Carefully edging my way down the hall, I reached near the landing and saw the flames shooting up the stairs. Spinning, I saw bars on the window at the end of the hall. I ran back to the room I escaped from, grabbed the scrap of a blanket they had given me, and ran for the little bathroom. I soaked the blanket in the sink and blocked the door from the smoke. I took my t-shirt off and soaked it before putting it back on. I pried the little window open, and miracle of miracles, there were no bars. Probably thought it was too small for anyone to climb out. Yep. Have you met me? And to prove my point, I shimmied and twisted my body until I squeezed myself through it. Now, I'm hanging from a windowsill of a burning house and not a soul for miles. I do the one thing I know to do. I link my mate.
Kendrick's POV.
We step through the portal, right in the living room of Troy's pack house. He happened to be sitting on a sofa with some pack slut on his lap. Lauren says, "Glad to see you took my words to heart and are searching for your mate. Now, tell me, Troy, where is my granddaughter?" He sputters and tries to lie his way out of it. "I haven't seen your granddaughter. I don't know what you're talking about." And I tell Lauren he hasn't seen her, unless she was unconscious. She told me she hadn't seen the other man, only heard him. And the guilty always tell on themselves. What do you mean she told you? She can't tell you. And I snatched him up by his throat. You just told me. And were you really so stupid to believe iron chains would hold my mate? My mate? At the same time, my mate links me again. Babe, I sure hope you're close. I'm well, I'm in a bit of a pickle. What's wrong? I'm close. Can you tell me where you are? Right now, I am hanging from a 2-story bathroom windowsill, trying to decide whether I should wait on you or try jumping. Ethan set the house on fire, you see. With me locked inside that little room, I escaped, but now I'm hanging outside the bathroom. If you're close, follow the smoke and flames. I turned and said, "Arrest him. We have to go, now." And I ran outside to sniff for smoke. Sure enough, to the east, and I shifted, running full out to reach her before she has no choice but to jump. Alexander caught up on my left, with Baron and Jackson on our flanks. Idris' blue eyes were glowing, and I wondered if Brutus's green ones were. We reached the house, and it was totally engulfed in flames. I ran to the back of the house, and flames were shooting out of the little bathroom window. Her eyes met mine, and I shifted. "Jump, baby, I'll catch you." She let go and fell backwards, her trust in me implicit. I stood below, with my arms ready, and she fell into them. I have only one coherent thought. She is safe and in my arms. It repeated itself over and over in my brain. The same words in an unending litany, until my heart can believe it.
Chapter 31. I agree with that. Kendrick's POV.
I refused to put Bella down. I walked all the way back to Troy's pack house. Walking in, I see a girl walking towards the kitchen and stopped her. Find my mate some clothes and show me to a room so I can bathe her. I looked over at Troy and said, "You didn't know H&H? We will be back down shortly. Then we're going to chat." I turned and followed the girl up to the second floor, where she showed me to a room. I sat Bella on the bathroom counter while I started running water. I removed the still damp t-shirt and see all the bruises that pepper her little body. And I am angry. One dies tonight. The other two will follow soon. I bathe my beautiful mate and wash her hair, being gentle with her eye. She is nearly asleep in the tub, and I am loath to disturb her. But I rouse her enough to stand her up and wrap her in a towel, while I brusquely towel dry her hair. Then I dress her in leggings and a sweatshirt the girl provided. I slip her boots back on her feet and ask if she wants to walk. She shakes her head no, and who am I to argue? I lift her so that she straddles my waist, and Brutus rumbles low in my chest. We get back in the living room and Troy looks like he's aged 10 years. Whatever Lauren and Alexander have been saying has this man scared shitless. I ask him, "Why, Troy, how did you get sucked back in?" He looked up at me, and for the first time, I see he is not doing well. He says, "Can you imagine what it feels like when you meet your mate, and she's balls deep with a guy you thought was your friend?" Well, I can. That's how I met Amber. In a spare room I had let Ethan sleep in from time to time. With Ethan buried to the hilt, I rejected her and banished them both. They holed up in that cabin. It's an old deserted thing. Dilapidated, rotten cabin. I found out he was staying there and went there to demand he leave. That was the day they abducted Bella. I didn't see her. I demanded he release her. Amber begged me to just let them have 2 days. The stupid bond is still there until she accepts my rejection. I agreed to the 2 days. On the 4th day, I overheard them talking, arguing. Amber wanted to kill Bella, so you would mate her. And Ethan was arguing he just needed her to accept his mark. That's when I literally forced Amber to accept my rejection and told Ethan I was sending warriors to evict him. If you check your email, you will see I sent you a message last night about Bella's whereabouts. Lauren asks me to check my email, and I nodded at Jackson. He pulled out a tablet, and within seconds, we were reading Troy's email. Not one single detail left out. I sighed. That email just saved your life. You really should stop wasting it. We turned to leave, and Lauren said, "Consider yourself on house arrest until the family decides how we are going to proceed. Ultimately, it will be Bella's decision in the end." Bella has been sleeping since I lifted her in my arms. As I turned to let everyone know I was going to lay her down, she stirred and said no. So I sat down on the sofa in my office and laid her against me. With her head in my lap, I covered her with a throw, just as Alexander handed me a glass of whiskey. Alexander says, "The trackers are already on their scent. We should have a good idea where they're headed by nightfall." I shook my head. They're desperate. That makes them dangerous. They have run out of allies. They have no place to go. Call Derek and get him here. Also, alert Alpha Johnston that Amber might be heading back to Beg Asylum. Lauren takes out his phone. "I am calling Theo Simmons. He needs to keep an eye out, too." I sit, running my fingers through Bella's hair, and the quiet of midday is soothing. But then I hear it. I listen closely to the heartbeats of the 6 people in the room. I separate the beats to the person causing them. Then there were 2, fluttering, rapid beats, double my own, and I whisper to Alexander, "Do you hear that?" His head tilts to the side, closing his eyes. His eyes spring open. "Pups, bro, you're going to make me the best uncle on the planet. Way to go." I chuckle. "Yeah, way to congratulate yourself on becoming an uncle. I can feel the love, brother." He laughs. I can't congratulate you until Bella tells you you're going to be a daddy. It's tradition, dude. I laugh harder. Stop with all y'all's tradition. I call bullshit. Bella sits up, rubbing her one good eye. What's got the two of you so happy? I smile at her and whisper, I can hear the pup's heartbeats, and your scent has changed. She looks up at me with pouty lips. I didn't even get to take a test. Well, surprise. And she grins. I smile at her. I love you so much. Alexander decided to go home for a while to check on things. And Lauren, Jackson, and I wanted to get Bella's story. So I ordered some sandwiches and snacks with juice for my little mama. I sat her on my lap and fed bites of the sandwich to her. Being away from her right now sets Brutus on edge. Someone is liable to get hurt. Bella tells us what she went through. I don't remember being taken from the Jeep at all. I remember Jake was hurt as soon as I woke up and discovered myself chained to a wall. The first 3.5 days, no food, no water. I was taken to pee first thing every morning and would drink water from the sink. I couldn't use magic because of the iron shackles. I didn't shift and get loose right away, mostly because I wanted to try and get information. But that stank-assed bitch slapped me a second time, and I figured it was time to try and escape. He thought he was smart. Warded the room with crudely carved runes. I DX those and opened the window, which is when I could finally contact you. I said, right? What happened that ended with you hanging outside the bathroom? She grins. Oh, that. Yeah, I made Ethan mad. Told him you would be there soon, and he could wait until you got there. Or I could just kill him then and there. He set the house on fire after he locked me back in the room. I guess he ran away, just like his daddy did. The weirdest shit, though, he never said a word to me. Just like when he was a kid. He just stared at me. What the hell? Why would he kidnap her? Then not speak to her at all? It's sounding like he's obsessed with her. And that could mean he's more desperate than I thought. Lauren says, you will be heavily guarded until he's caught. Yep, I agree with that.
Chapter 32, Lock Her in the Cells.
It's been nearly 4 months since Ethan kidnapped me. I finally convinced Kendrick to pull our teams back. Granddaddy plastered Ethan and Amber's pictures everywhere. He held a press conference, told them everything about my first abduction, then the second generation kidnapping me. He even told about Troy Calhoun's involvement, forcing him to issue a public announcement and formal apology, which was part of his punishment. We found out we are definitely having twins, but we didn't want to know the genders. Alexander told us 2 months ago that Ella is expecting, and they just found out it's twins, as well 2 little boys, and identical. Anna and Baron just found out they're expecting a week ago. Our babies could come any day. Kendrick is making himself crazy. He has packed and repacked our go bag 5 times. Today, while we repacked it, I suggested he pack 2 girl outfits and 2 boy outfits. That way, regardless of their gender, we are prepared. That calmed him down somewhat. I'm excited. I can't wait to meet them. I want to hold them, count their fingers and toes. We went down to have lunch with everyone. We try to take meals with the pack every day. At least one. Jake is being typical Jake. Luna David's father has 3 sons. Snap, crackle, and I say pop, and he cracks up. I still don't get it. Kendrick says, he's David's father. He has 3 sons. One named Snap, one named Crackle. So the third one would be... I slapped Jake. A commotion at the front door had us all heading that way. Just as we reached the foyer, Derek was coming through the door, dragging an even stinkier and unkempt Amber inside. I said, No, not in my house. Take her stank ass out to the garden hose. I will get some soap. They thought I was joking, until Kendrick told them, "Guys, she's serious." I gathered soap and some sweatpants and a t-shirt, walking around to the side of the house. She was screaming bloody murder, but it was too cold, scratching and biting my guys. Fuck that. I walked straight up and slapped her in the face so hard I split her lip. I grinned, "That's one." Within an hour, she smelled better, but she was sullen and pouting, kept whining at Kendrick about the mistreatment she suffered, and how I am the root of all evil. She reached across the table to touch his arm, and I asked, that eager for the next one, "Keep it up. I won't slap you a second time. I will punch you so hard your kids will be born stupid." Kendrick said, "She won't have kids, even if we let her live. She caused the rejection by being a whore, so Troy might get a second chance mate. But she won't," she screamed. "This is your fault. Everything that went wrong, you did this." I nod, agreeing with her. "You're right. It is my fault. Kendrick Drake is my mate. My fault. You spread your legs for any swinging dick you see, except your mate. Oh wait, he wanted me too. My fault. You fell in with a psychopath who has made stalking me my whole life his career. Yep, sounds about right. My fault. Look at that. You're all absolved of any responsibility in this whole charade." She looks at my mate and asks, "Really?" He laughed. "No, not really, you idiot." He grins at me and kisses my nose. "Stop using sarcasm, my love." It obviously eludes her. And she lunged across the table at me. Jake caught her and pinned her down while looking at me. He says, "Do we want to know why she's here? Or you just going to kill her now, Luna?" I smile. "Let her live a little longer. I want to hear her wild tale." Kendrick says, "Start talking, Amber. What on earth possessed you to come back? There are wanted posters for you and Ethan all over the kingdom. So why now? It's been 4 months." She started with the loud sobs and crocodile tears, and Derek smacked the back of her head. "Start talking," Alpha said. She whimpers, "Ethan is crazy. I mean, very crazy. He bites the heads off bats. Nuts. We have been running, hiding in caves. No food, no place to sleep. Without bugs, I haven't had my hair or nails done in months." And I barked out a laugh. "Awa, your poor thing. Life's been hard on you since you decided to kill me and try to steal my mate. That's such a shame. Did it never occur to you, at any time, even once, that constantly being on the run, forced to live in caves, is exactly what happens to criminals trying to escape justice?" She looked at Kendrick, asking why I have to bully her, and I laughed again. I said, "Just finish the story. And remember, excuses are not reasons." She mumbles, "I don't even know what that means." She brings on tears again. I tried to get away from him a dozen times, but he would catch me and make me stay. Jackson asks her, "Then how are you here? Why would you even think this would be the place to be?" She yells. "I needed to find Derek, okay? I thought he would be here, and I was right." Kendrick leans forward. "Bullshit. You would have gone home to find Derek, not here. You came here with an agenda. Where's Ethan? Tell me that, and I will let you live." She gasped. Reckon that surprised her. She sobs. "Why would you kill me? I am the victim here. I was abducted too. He took me the night I was headed back here. Alpha Johnson gave me permission to join the Warriors program." And Derek slapped the back of her head again. "They already know the truth of that, idiot." She tries again. "Regardless, he took me. Just spirited me away to Troy's pack house. What Troy saw wasn't what it looked like. It's why I didn't want to accept his rejection. He wouldn't let me explain." Kendrick roars, "We don't give two shits about Troy. Where the fuck is Ethan, and why the fuck are you here?" Then everything about her changes. Her demeanor goes dark, and she sneers, "I don't know where he is. but he sent me to deliver a message. He's watching, always watching. He will strike when you least expect it. And I wasn't lying when I said he is crazy. I had to make it here to give you his message, or he wouldn't let me go. My water broke, and I told Kendrick. He picked me up and told Jackson, lock her in the cells. No food for 3 days. Let's see how she likes it. He practically ran to the infirmary with me.
Chapter 33, Mated to a Viper, Kendrick's POV.
My maid is amazing. She went through her contractions cussing enough to make a sailor blush. She threatened me 9 times, threw me out twice, and begged me to rub her back. But these are my babies too, and if I have to ride this roller coaster with her, so be it. Our handsome son, young Master Callum Kendall Drake, was born at 11:37 p.m., followed by Princess Calliope Caitlin Drake at 11:49 p.m. And they are perfect. Perfectly perfect. I never thought about a family. Not after losing mine the way I did. But being around Bella and her huge family has shown me that is exactly what I want. For myself. More important. For our children. The babies are back in the room with us. Bella is feeding Callum first. He seems to be the more vociferous of the two. My sweet Callie is lying in my arms, her huge lavender eyes staring up at me, with all the trust in the world. This is why the goddess created me, to be the daddy these two deserve. I will strive to always be there, to listen, to mentor and teach, but more than that, to love them. Bella whispers, this monsterman needs burped and Callie needs to nurse. Let's trade. And I hand my little ballerina to her mommy. Taking Callum after holding his sister is a major shock. He weighs nearly 8.5 pounds, while she is 6 pounds, dead even. I put him to my shoulder and rub his back, like Belle showed me. And in seconds he burped like a little old man. I changed him and swaddled him, while she finished feeding Calliope. Then I burped her and changed her as well. I lay them side by side and pushed the bassinet closer to our bed. I laid down, taking Bella in my arms. My eyes drift closed as I see my son take his sister's hand in his. This day went by in a blur. The babies were up again at 3 a.m., then lasted 3 hours more, before the feeding frenzy began again. By 8:30, they were once again waking up, so I jumped up and brought them to Bella. She mastered nursing them both simultaneously on the second feeding, and I believe they are dead set at draining her dry. To be 11, we had been discharged and headed home. Relaxing wasn't in the cards, however. The house was full of her family. They all took a turn holding the babies. Angel was on edge the whole time, which in turn caused Brutus to be, well, brutish, and I had to rein him in. By the time everyone had gone home, Bella was exhausted. I got the kids down, and she was sleeping. I grabbed the speaker for the baby monitor and ran down to enjoy a relaxing whiskey with the guys. Jackson asked, all 3 finally sleeping? I nod and sigh. Man, this is a lot harder than you'd think. My hat is off to all the mothers out there. Damn, I'm tired already. And it's day 1. Jackson chuckles. We never think about it until we're faced with it. You're going to be a great dad, Ken. I smiled my gratitude. Those are the best compliments to get. I tell them good night and trudge up the stairs, ready for some rest. I walk in and see my beautiful family. My babies are propped on pillows, while my gorgeous mate is feeding them. And she is radiant, absolutely glowing. Lauren had taken Amber to the kingdom to stand trial. By her part in kidnapping the heir to the throne, she could be executed. We are supposed to testify at the trial tomorrow. The babies are a month old, and this is their first trip in a car. Apparently, babies can't go through portals. It messes with their neurons, or something. Who knew? So we're driving. To say I am nervous would be such an understatement. I don't trust Ethan. He may be a psychopath, but his ability to remain hidden and still watch Bella, that's cunning. And that requires skills. That is why I won't underestimate him. We are traveling 10 cars deep, 5 guards in each car. When we are on an open highway, the other cars will box ours in. I will not take a chance with our children in the car. We arrived without incident. The kingdom is only 3 hours away, but the babies woke up halfway through the trip and have been fussy the last hour. We rushed inside and I changed Callum, while Bella changed Callie. Then we got her settled on the sofa so the babies can nurse. Alexander walks in with a very pregnant Ella. Ugh, put those away. The last thing I need to see is my twins' breastesses. Bella laughs at him. You can't see them, you moron. And if it really bothers you, look away. It's the most natural thing in the world. Our babies are being nurtured and nourished. We get Callum and Callie down for their naps, and the whole family sat down for lunch. Lauren asks Bella, have you decided what her punishment will be? Ultimately, it is your decision. She nods, surprising me, because we hadn't discussed it. Then she tells him, I have decided on Troy's final punishment as well. First, she meets me in the ring. She slapped me the first time, and I warned her. The second time she slapped me, she was warned again. Her third strike was ever coming back. I told her I was going to kill her. But I've decided I just want to beat hell out of her. Troy's final punishment will be having to be her mate. After all, that's if she even survives. Baron laughs. Our little sister is showing her claws. Good for you, baby girl. They grinned at each other and said, Don't start none, won't be none, together. Then she grins wider. And I am 3 hours older than you, sticking her tongue out at him. Alexander says, Yeah, it shows, Bells. You're so mature. This right here. This is what I want for our family. These easy way the banter falls between them. The love and pride they have for each other. I know our children are going to grow up happy, secure in the fact they are well loved. Even when they argue and bicker, they do it with love, careful of one another's feelings. The entire trial took less than 2 hours. The council returned a unanimously guilty verdict in 9 minutes. Amber's parents and Derek were there. When she walked out, they all turned their backs on her. She kept sobbing for her mother, until the Lauren commanded her to shut up. Her sentence shocked her, but she thought she was getting off easy. When Troy was sentenced, his last words, before they led him away, was, I wish you'd just kill me. That's what happens when you mess with fate. You end up mated to a viper.
Chapter 34. Our nightmare was over.
Alexander and Ella's baby boys came into the world exactly 2 weeks after the trial. Gabriel and Raphael, so beautiful, and I am so in love with them. Our babies are 3 months old and growing like weeds. Callum weighs 16 pounds already, while our beautiful Calliope is half that. She's going to be short, like me. We wonder if she's a white wolf. Her eyes are the signature color of one, like mine. My poor baby. I'm not sure if I want that for her. But it's not like we have a choice. With Callie, that pits us at 3 white wolves in one generation. And I can't help but feel Mother Moon is gearing up for something big. Jackson found his mate when we were at Capital City for the trial. Her name is Sandra, and she's just the sweetest thing. We are having her beta ceremony tonight, and I'm excited. The pack is overdue for a party. Kendrick walks up behind me, holding Calliope. She's fighting going down for a nap. Little mama, I don't think she likes the bottle at all. I took the baby from him and sat in the glider on the porch. I fed her, while Kendrick and I talked lowly. She soothed and was asleep in minutes. Kendrick smiles. Ah, that sweet touch of a mommy. I laughed. Ah, the sweet taste of boob milk. They are in the nursery, right? The bassinet cannot hold Callum any longer, and I want them to get used to their own room. He nods and says, Callum took 8 ounces of formula, which seems to be his normal need today, up an ounce from yesterday. At this rate, the boy is going to eat us out of house and home. We finished setting everything up for the ceremony, and by that time, our little terrorists were awake and swinging. Callum looks 6 months old already. I am doing Sandra's hair, and Ella and Anna joined us. Anna says, I am so ready for this boy to get here. I can't see my feet. Everything I eat ends up as a stain on my shirt, or crumbs in my cleavage. Barry says my feet are swollen, but all I know is they hurt. I start laughing. Oh my goddess, you call Baron. Barry, that's pure gold. She pouts at me and grumbles. That's your takeaway for my little bitch fist here. Not one single, solitary ounce of sympathy? Some sister you are. That had me hugging her and telling her I am sorry that her pregnancy is a rough one. Even though I was in the same boat 3 short months ago. And I remember her being distinctly unsympathetic to my plight. The ceremony was beautiful. Sandra wore a pale blue chiffon gown with little sequined roses are the hem, spaghetti straps, and a box neckline. Kendrick sliced their palms, and they shared blood. We all felt her bond snap in place. I closed my eyes and visualized her bond, locating its place in my soul. It glowed bright blue and had intertwined itself around Jackson's lighter blue bond. She was close to me, and my heart felt her warmth. We held a pack run to honor our new beta female. Angelica was so happy to be out that she kept tormenting Brutus. She bounced around him, nipping his tail, heels, and ears. Apparently, he got irritated, because he took his big old paw and pinned her to the ground, snarling until she submitted. Then he licked her muzzle all over and cleaned her ears. The run back was a little subdued. Angel's feelings were hurt, and she was sulking. Brutus kept turning back to check on her, but she bounded away. She wasn't ready for his apology. She doesn't get to run and play, or even hunt, very often at all. Kendrick says it's too dangerous for now. I know he's right, but it still hurts Angelica. The music was cranking. Everyone was dancing off dinner. I sat with Callum in my lap, and Anna helped Calliope. Kendrick asks, is Angel still upset with Brutus? I laughed. Yeah, you want me to say it out loud when I imagine Brutus is being brutal for you to fix it. She will get over it. It just takes time. He forgets she is alpha too, and to force a submission is humiliating to her. She doesn't have the freedom to run whenever she wants like he does. He forgets that too. Kendrick smiles softly. I told him all 5 same things after I reamed his ass for exerting dominance over our mate. He has been like this since your kidnapping, and I'm not sure how to pull him back. I tell him, I get that. I do. But he broke Angel's little carefree heart. That can't happen again. She will refuse to run with him at all. Hopefully, once Ethan is found and dealt with, he will settle down. We tucked our babies in for the night, just watching them huddle together. They always have to be touching, and I love that. I remember Alex and I always creeping into one another's bedrooms, just so we could sleep safe and secure in our twins' arms. I was still doing it at 15 and 16 years old. And Callum will be that same rock for Calliope. That Alexander is for me. We showered, and never listened to anyone who says showering together saves water. 2 hours later, we were crawling into bed. Relaxed, happy, and satiated. I turned on the visual monitor beside the bed and set the audio one on Kendrick's nightstand. We always use them both. I wake periodically in the night, just to watch my babies sleeping. I was awakened around 4 a.m., not sure why, until I heard little growls and yips coming from the monitor. I snatched the monitor, but the camera was off. I heard a yipe and ran, yelling at Kendrick to get up. Something is wrong. I slammed into the nursery and see a man standing over the baby's crib, trying to grab something. When I reached the crib, I grabbed the man and threw him at the door, in time for him to bounce off Kendrick's chest and hit the floor. Kendrick stomped on his chest and held his foot there. Check the babies. Shaking like a leaf, I walked up to the crib. Calliope was sleeping, and standing over her, with glowing purple eyes, was a tiny black wolf, bleeding from his little snout. I spoke to his mind. Cassius, it's Mommy. Your sister is safe now. Mommy, he stuck her with a pin. I reached down and snatched her up, checking her breathing and heartbeat. I said, let Callum come back, Cassius. Your sister is okay. It was just a sleeping agent, as I healed his nose. Kendrick turned the lights on, just as I picked up a squirming, naked Callum. We will definitely need a conversation with the goddess. Why does my son have glowing purple eyes? Kendrick yanks the man off the floor. Well, look who we have here. You finally made your last mistake. What made you think I would ever let you take one of my loves from me again, Ethan? I said, there will be no trial. Either you kill him, or I will. Either way, he doesn't leave this room alive. And Kendrick grinned his evil grin. With pleasure, my love. And he snapped Ethan Simmons' neck. Our nightmare was over.
The end.